guys. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Hello, hello, hello. Family, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. That's not exactly how we typically do things, is it? My usual greeting is, good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox. It's Thursday, November 6th. Here's what's making news right now. But as you might gather from the entrance and from this incredible stage and from this crowd, this show is going to be a little bit different today. Today's my 20th anniversary as the morning show host at CBC News Network, and this is my final broadcast at CBC News. So we have put together a very special program for you at home and for our live audience. Good morning. Let's just say hello to each other this morning. It's just incredible to see you all so early. Thank you. Here in the atrium of the Broadcast Center, these are my family members, my friends, and my colleagues. Well, I was promised surprises, but I thought we'd be able to hear those. So there's a surprise right off the bat, isn't it? Oh, my goodness gracious. Her Honor, Lieutenant Governor Dumont. Okay, well, as I was mentioning here in the audience, I promised surprises, but listen, not a problem. We're just going to carry right on. We've been doing that for 20 years. We know how to extricate ourselves from technical issues, so not to worry at all. They are going to be coming from the get-go, and what it all is adding up to is, of course, what I hope will be a joyous celebration today with music and memories, friends old and new. But our main focus this morning, as always, is the news of this day. So let's begin. Here's what's making news right now. The Liberal caucus welcomes Chris D'Entremont with open arms after a surprise crossing of party lines.
Really thrilled to have the opportunity to welcome him to the team.
He'll be an asset to our caucus. I'm thrilled.
What the move means for next week's federal budget vote and why Conservatives say they feel betrayed. A key pillar of Donald Trump's trade policy faces a legal test. The U.S. Supreme Court considers whether the president has the authority to impose his sweeping tariffs.
The Solicitor General made a very powerful case for the need for the president to have the IEPA powers.
We'll break down the arguments being made for and against the tariffs and what the court's ruling could mean for Canada. And Canada's Supreme Court decides today on the fate of a BC ostrich farm. The farm's owners are challenging the cull of its entire flock following an outbreak of avian flu. Prime Minister Mark Carney is still looking for two crucial votes to pass his fall budget next week. The Liberals edged closer to a majority yesterday as former Conservative MP Chris D'Entremont officially joined the Liberal caucus. Some of his former Conservative colleagues are condemning the floor crossing and accusing the Prime Minister of dirty politics.
I think it's shameful what he did. I could never imagine doing something like that, to misrepresent yourself to voters.
A floor crosser is disingenuous, disloyal, selfish, and opportunistic.
Last spring, Canadians elected a minority parliament. Mr. Carney is trying to manipulate that result and get a majority Canadians did not elect.
D'Entremont says he left the Conservatives in part over the leadership style of Pierre Poilievre. He also says he believes Mark Carney's Liberals offer a better path forward for Canada and his constituents in the Nova Scotia riding of Acadie-Annapolis. Reaction to the floor crossing in that riding has been mixed.
People were there for Pierre and him, so I think it's kind of shortchanging the voters here in the area.
He's done a lot of good for us, and I'm not sure whether it bothered me that much or not.
D'Entremont's move does not guarantee the Liberals any legislative wins, but the budget can also pass next week if some opposition members abstain from voting. The vote on the budget is expected later this month, and passing it is key to the government's economic strategy for the U.S. trade war. Right now, talks on a deal with the White House remain off.
We'll see. The talks are not yet revived.
The Prime Minister says he hasn't been in contact with President Trump since they sat down to dinner last week at the APEC summit. He apologized to the president at that dinner for Ontario's anti-tariff ad, but the White House has no plans to restart trade talks. Some of the tariffs hitting Canada are in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. And as Paul Hunter reports this morning, the justices there will now decide whether to strike them down.
These are regulatory tariffs. They are not revenue-raising tariffs.
The U.S. Solicitor General arguing Trump is allowed to impose the tariffs because they're not aimed at raising money, but rather at pressing other countries to deal more fairly with the U.S. on a number of issues Trump has called national emergencies.
Fixing them will make America a strong, financially viable, and respected country again.
Tariff opponents insist they're nothing more than fresh taxes on Americans.
Our founders gave that taxing power to Congress alone. Yet here the president bypassed Congress and imposed one of the largest tax increases in our lifetimes.
Indeed, Trump's global tariffs, above and beyond the separate tariffs targeting Canada, which are not part of this hearing, have already raised many tens of billions of dollars for U.S. coffers. But a concern for those now challenging the tariffs is the makeup of the court itself. Majority Conservative, 3 justices are Trump appointees. Yet, at the hearing, 2 of those, Amy Coney Barrett and Neil Gorsuch, seemed to hint they're skeptical of Trump's tariffs. Gorsuch, for example, raised the concern the more power given to any president, the less likely it'd ever be reversed.
What president's ever going to give that power back? Pretty rare president.
Liberal justices signaled they oppose the tariffs, but it was the tough questions from some of the conservatives that left tariff opponents optimistic.
We feel really good about the arguments today and the questions that were asked by the justices.
That reporting from Paul Hunter in Washington. The U.S. Supreme Court is promising to fast-track its ruling, and it could come down within weeks. If you happen to be flying to the United States, you may be in for some travel disruptions starting tomorrow. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is moving to reduce traffic by 10% in 40 high-volume markets to maintain travel safety amid the U.S. government shutdown. The move is in response to surging absentee rates among air traffic controllers who have been working unpaid since October the 1st. Thousands of flights stand to be affected, and reductions are set to begin at 4% tomorrow, rising to 10% next week.
Quick relay comes to the point. Checkman fires, just missed. Ovechkin turns, he scores! The grade 8 is the one and only at 900.
Alex Ovechkin has set a new bar for NHL goal scorers. He's the first player to reach 900 goals, so he is the charter member of the 900-goal club. And he put the puck behind a sliding Jordan Binnington of the St. Louis Blues. Ovechkin's teammates celebrated on the ice. Binnington tucked the puck into his pants at the back and wouldn't give it back. Eventually, the ref told him he had to. Washington ended up beating St. Louis by a score of 6-1. And here's what else you should know as you begin this Thursday morning. Prince Harry is visiting the Veterans Center at Sunnybrook Hospital in Toronto today. He'll be ending his 2-day trip to the city later on this evening, attending the annual True Patriot Love fundraising dinner. And authorities in France say a man who found $800,000 in gold bars and coins buried in his backyard can keep them. How the gold got there is still a mystery, but police determined it had been acquired legally, likely from a nearby refinery about 15 years ago. So we're just getting going on this Thursday morning, November the 6th. Let me check the time, 6:09 Eastern. I am delighted that we have so many of you here. I like that you laugh at my jokes. 20 years, I haven't had that kind of a live reaction in the studio, but it is early, isn't it? 20 years and I'm here. I've never once slept in. It wasn't going to be today, and I'm glad you didn't either. So we're underway. A special celebration in the atrium, a special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live.
Congratulations to the woman who is probably the classiest woman on television. And please do not take my word for that. Heather, as you know, that's my mom's view too. I'm so jazzed by what is coming next for you. And I'm going to miss you like heck.
Félicitations, Heather. Quel bonheur de souligner vos 20 ans exceptionnels à la barre de CBC Morning Live. La médaille du couronnement du roi Charles III que vous avez reçue confirme ce que vos collègues et vos auditeurs savent déjà. Vous avez servi le Canada avec distinction et intégrité. L'héritage que vous laissez nous remplit de fierté et nous donne très envie de vous dire « On veut vous revoir ».
The great Heather Hiscox, a beacon of truth, of consistency, and most importantly, compassion. What a model you have been for journalists around the world, and what a gift to the audience across Canada. Your voice is one that's been so important and so needed, but I am so happy for you that you are finally getting the chance to step down and move on to the next part of your life and perhaps rest a little bit and enjoy things.
I first remember meeting you when we worked together in the CBC Montreal newsroom. That's like 30 years ago. And I was instantly impressed by your poise and your professionalism. It's been such a privilege both to be your colleague and to be your friend.
Hi, Heather. Congratulations on an amazing career. You are one of the hardest working, if not the hardest working people in this building. Those of us who, as we say, rise with the rooster in the wee small hours have to stick together. And I've always enjoyed knowing that whatever horrible time I've woken up, you've probably been up even earlier. And we look forward to whatever you do in your next chapter.
Hi, Heather. For more than 20 years, you've been a constant voice for the nation. Thank you so much for the service that you have provided us over the years, and I wish you the best of luck.
Congratulations, Heather, on such an extraordinary career built on integrity, empathy, and such a deep commitment to telling the stories that matter. Heather, you've left a lasting mark on journalism in this country, and I consider myself so lucky to know you as a friend and to see where your curiosity takes you next. My mornings, though, will never be quite the same without you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you to all of those. I'm glad you got to hear those. I'm glad we figured that out. We promised some surprises. Trust me, there is a tissue in the pocket just for use in case through the morning. It's going to be a morning of high emotion, I expect, but celebration first and foremost, as I said. We've lived through a period of unprecedented change in the past 20 years, change in terms of how we live, think, and connect. We've witnessed global shifts, national reckonings, and moments of hope and heartbreak that have shaped who we are as a nation. In that time, it's been my privilege to try to help Canadians make sense of those shifts and navigate that change. This morning, let's look back. Raging, unpredictable wildfires have forced evacuation orders for communities near Fort McMurray, Alberta. When you look at the aerial images of the crash site, you know the force of impact. It is unprecedented change, but we do have a sure thing for you today, a promise once more that we are here for you today and every day. As the country takes the next step, we will be here for you. Protesters are calling the new charges against the police officers in the George Floyd killing a start.
This is history.
Heartbreaking news to tell you that on this August the 22nd, there was not a story of recovery for Jack Layton, the NDP leader dead at the age of 61. Canadians and Quebecers saying farewell to one of Canada's most consequential leaders, former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Together, we're about to witness a moment in history, the funeral mass for Pope Francis. Thousands of people here already gathered to say goodbye and thank you to a Pope who in so many ways defied expectations. Lord Black, Heather here. What are you going to be telling the court, Lord Black? Swept away in the moment. The talk is that we are witnessing the birth of a new America. Yesterday's ruling has been called revolutionary. The search for clues in the deadly Boston bombings.
Leave your homes now!
In Calgary, 100,000 people facing evacuation from their homes.
Même si aujourd'hui nous avons perdu 6 personnes.
Ce n'est pas tout perdu, vous voyez les messages autour.
There's a broken heart on a sign in Portapique, Nova Scotia now, and grief across the province and this country. An emotional outpouring for victims of a gunman. Good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox. I'm Heather Hiscox. Heather Hiscox. We're bringing you the very latest. CBC News is calling Donald Trump the next U.S. president. Good morning from London. Happy Canada Day. Seriously, we're live, but that's not all. Here's what's making news right now.
This is the moment, Heather.
Live pictures here on the breaking news in the aftermath to the quake disaster zone in Turkey. We can't understress the role of Canada's volunteers in that.
Good work here.
Thank you very much. Meet you, photography.
We had best make the most of every moment, shouldn't we? Happy 150th. Snow King, hello.
Hello, welcome to the castle, Heather. Which one is it at?
This one.
Here.
This one?
You won.
Oh, yeah! This is a very big day. I'm looking down, putting them on, looking up.
There you go.
And I'm good to go until totality. Oh my goodness. There is truly a sense of more. The stability, the calm, the constancy, no matter what's around, the turmoil and the turbulence and the scandal, that dedication, that service, that constancy, that's what people here are paying tribute to today. Wow. Oh my goodness. 20 years in the blink of an eye, and let's just address the elephant in the room. How about that hair change? Come on, 20 years of hairstyles. This morning, as we look back, we have someone special who has come back, someone who's special who is with me still. But ladies and gentlemen, Michael Serapio. Now the host of Primetime Politics on CPAC, but before that, for more than a decade, we worked mornings together.
Absolutely.
Michael on the breaking news, and Linda Roord occupies that role right now and does fantastic work. So Linda, I'm so happy to share this with you as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
I miss you. Viewers miss you. How are you?
I'm good. So last night, I wrapped up my show. I hop in my car at like 7 o'clock. I drive to my hotel room, arrive at midnight. I say to the person behind the desk, I'm checking out at 4 in the morning. They said, what? I said, no, that's sleeping in for the morning show. I'm checking out 4 in the morning.
I know.
And it just snaps back. I was like exhausted, but I thought, if Heather can do this for 20 years, I can do this for Heather. So here I am.
But, you went to Ottawa for new career opportunities and...
Family opportunities.
And family opportunities,
Absolutely.
and everything is going so well for you, and I couldn't be
fabulous,
happier. We
thank you.
couldn't be happier, could you? But tell me, apart from the alarm,
Okay.
you must miss the breaking news aspect, because that's what we prepare for, it's what we train for, the adrenaline,
Yeah.
the responsibility in that moment. Do you miss it sometimes?
A lot, I do. And you talk about the adrenaline, we share that. And I think in journalism, whatever we do, there's an esprit de corps. Because we live through and work through things in immediate time, we're turning around quickly, and we rely on each other. I think you were giving the interview with Ian Hannah-Mansing that I saw on The National, where you called, when you're on air, you're the tip of the spear, but behind you is a whole team. As I look at the senior producers, executive producers, who I'm still so very thankful for, we get to present that, but it's also, we lean in on each other, and so that creates a bond and a friendship. And yes, breaking news, we cover that, but it's that bond, that friendship, the fact that we can trust each other means that people can trust us. Because the fact that we can go into battle, because that's what it is oftentimes. News is not happy oftentimes.
Well, that's interesting, because in some of those highlights you saw, many of them, they are at times of Humboldt bus crash or major national moments of grieving. What has been resonating with you so far as we've tackled breaking news together?
Oh my goodness. I don't think people fully realize what actually goes on behind the scenes when news breaks and you get that alert that happens. And
I'm kind of hoping that for the next 4 hours we're free
not
and clear.
jinx it,
I have to
right?
say, it could throw this beautiful show right overboard.
We have our computers in the back. We're ready to go.
We are ready.
Sorry, go ahead.
But the wheels start turning. Everybody just jumps into action. And being with you, to be honest, has been such a privilege to watch the kind of grace that you handled that situation with. It's, I've been doing it for a long time. I watched you from afar, but I've got to stand next
share
to
the desk
you
now, yes.
on set. And it really is a skill. And there's so much support behind the scenes, but as you say, you're the tip of the spear. You're the one that has to do all the sort of forward-facing work. And it's not easy to do that when, there's technical difficulties or there's things that are changing minute by minute. But, I've been reading through a lot of the emails that we've been getting from viewers that come into our CBC Morning Live, and it's people really feel that they can trust CBC Morning Live to get it right every single time. And that, you are the trusted voice that is at the helm of that. And they invite you into their kitchens, into their breakfast tables every single morning in order to do that. There's a stability that you bring, and there is a fairness. You're tough, but you're fair. And I've been able to kind of watch you do that now for the last couple of years, really kind of intimately at that desk. And it's been such a great privilege, and a great privilege to work with the team behind the scenes as well.
Can I add to that? Because now I'm out of the CBC, and even before you announced your retirement, and I share these comments with you. I said, oh, they love you in the morning here in Ottawa. They're talking about you all the time. And once you announce your retirement, more than once, people have said to me, whoever steps into this role after Heather Hiscox has big shoes to fill. They're 3 inches off the ground.
Very high heels. Very fabulous shoes.
Yeah, exactly. But they're big shoes to fill because, to your point, there is this deep level of trust, and a lot of that has to do with, one, you're always prepared, have always been prepared. In the years of
Preparation age.
Heather. Preparation Heather.
Preparation age.
My nickname.
But also you do handle it with grace, and that is a rare combination.
Can we talk about some of the times, because we had such fun. Yes, we dealt with moments of collective sorrow, very serious moments. We had a lot of fun, Olympics and Royals events. I mean, those are opportunities to really have fun and celebrate as a country as well, or lead some of those celebrations. But some of the most important moments of connection that I'm remembering with both of you, when we've done things like show us your Blue Jays merchandise, show us your pictures of your great uncle who fought in the war. It's Remembrance Day coming up. Send in your memories of your family. Show us your Christmas lights, because people, particularly, the news is bleak now. There's no denying that. And these moments of lightness and levity and connection, this is something that I really treasure because we were able to provide that. And Rocco, Michael's dog, who's no longer with us, unfortunately, but he was the most famous dog in Canada because we were always showing pictures of Rocco. But
I was single.
Oh, good morning, Elise and Brian. That's true. Things have changed. But we did that, and it was really, we started that. You and I started that, with send us Christmas pictures and decorations. And it's incredible the number of responses we get from viewers the minute we say, hey, send us something.
But, that underlines the fact that what we do, yes, is a privilege, but particularly with the CBC and even with CPAC, because, these are nonprofits. These are public services. Part of that mandate is to connect with Canadians and to reflect that to the country and that moment of connection. And there is someone at home who's alone and wants to talk about their great uncle. There is someone who wants to celebrate their child, and they do that through venues like Morning Live. And the fact that we've been able to be a part of that, that's my favorite moment. There's a lot of things about breaking news that, again, it's the adrenaline rush and it's the responsibility. But when you get the chance to connect, that is the power of what we do. And we've had the privilege. And watching you, and again, the grace, and there's no better word for it, the fact that you bring such grace to it. You sit at the head of the table and you bring the family together, and that has been a wonderful privilege to be a part of.
Family is a great word to describe it. Family, we have our work family, the on-air family, and we have our little, away from the camera moments, which have been fun in the makeup room, wardrobe advice and jokes, and that's kind of, I don't know why you're laughing. I was always helping Michael choose his ties. I would absolutely give that one a thumbs up today.
Thank you. Well, to be fair, I was like your biggest prom date. What color are you wearing today? Which tie should I match with that?
And not to wear the same color on the same day.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, we've, had a lot of really great interactions with Canadians, and especially with the current geopolitical state and our Maple Leaf moments, and people really reached out to us, and that was, you know, such a pivotal moment for Canada, and you really spearheaded that whole thing for the country. It was
and wasn't
so great.
it interesting with this whole cross-country farewell tour? It's enabled us to go to different communities to really see where the Maple Leaf moments are, where people, where Canadians are at this moment of change and relationships shifting and new pressures from all sides. Where are Canadians in this moment? And it was a great gift to go across the country and then to culminate that with this particular show.
Shout out to Owen Sound.
Owen Sound, hometown. I feel
Speaking
like
of
this is,
gifts.
either you're welcoming him back or this is for me.
Are you coming back?
Well, let me tell you the news. No,
One more bit of breaking news.
Okay, so you mentioned Preparation H.
Yes.
Heather
Which is, by the way, a bit of a nickname here.
It is a nickname
Preparation
because
H.
Heather has a binder for every occasion, has a stack of papers on her desk. You will see it in the shot. Stack of papers on her desk, and every single note has some pink highlighter on
Always
the top.
pink.
Has to be pink. Okay, it is the most vibrant of the highlighters. So it is one of those things that has actually rubbed off on me. So when I am at the desk, I use now a pink highlighter because subconsciously it is the only highlighter that exists.
I will bequeath my pink highlighters to you,
well,
Linda Ward.
just you wait to see this.
Okay, I'm ready. Whoa! This is the best.
There's a little plaque.
Heather Hiscox highlighting the news for 20 years. CBC Morning Live in pink. This is the best. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Whoops, I'm sorry. That's bad. Sorry, audio. Sorry. So you're staying with us, obviously. Linda's going to be part of the show. And Michael heading back to Ottawa because there's something about budget debate and a budget vote. Just, you know, just that.
I said yes to Heather before they announced the budget. But I'm here.
I have to let you go, but just watch for this because sometimes when we've been in a live political event, I text Michael and I say, find the CBC camera and walk by, just to give us a little cameo. So he has. I thank you both for all the moments that we have shared for this time this morning, and my very best to both of you. Michael Serapio, Linda Ward, everybody, on this special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live. So we're going to check our national weather forecast for the first time this morning, and I know this must be a special occasion because look who has joined us in person, the one and only Chris Murphy.
My goodness.
I get to look at you're not through a screen. That is fantastic. As we were talking about yesterday, one of the things that people I think are going to miss about my departure is our relationship, and I'm going to miss that so much too.
Oh, I too, Heather. And I know we're going to be talking about the weather.
Yes, that's true. Oh.
But before we get there, Heather, I was thinking, what if Heather was the weather? What kind of weather would you be? First of all,
sunny.
I think so, but with some multiple choice. So let's first start off with the first one here.
Heather was the weather.
And now, would you be, Heather, would you be a traffic snarling snowstorm?
Some days.
Well, by the way, get your winter tires because there's going to be some snow coming pretty shortly, sooner than later. Also, what about a crop-busting hailstorm? No, I don't think so, Heather. Unless you have plans of getting insurance after. How about a hydro-pole toppling ice storm? No, Heather. You are blue sky and sunshine all the way.
Look at that, Chris. Oh, I don't know about always.
Well.
But I am so happy to have you here. And, you know, actually one of those traffic snarling snowstorms has kept some friends from Newfoundland, notably, away from this party today. They were hoping to come. So that's unfortunate. But I know that's where you want to start as we begin our coverage.
Let's start, absolutely, with the East Coast, because they just recovered from a weather bomb. Like, this is where we saw this huge storm with very dramatic wind and rain and heavy snow as well. Well, we do have another storm system coming in, but this one is much weaker by way of comparison. So through the morning hours, we've got some rain showers. It's the Maritimes and windy conditions across southern Ontario. Not a bad morning, not as windy as yesterday. Today is sort of, enjoy today. It's more seasonal values, around 7 degrees in Toronto. And then we take a look at our moisture. So there's our rain moving its way from the Maritimes right into Newfoundland. And this is going to mix with snow. So we're going to see some wind, some snow, 70, 80 kilometer an hour winds. I want to draw your attention to Ontario. Bit of snow coming from northern areas tonight. Tomorrow it'll be rain for southern Ontario. That moves to the east. That's an Alberta Clipper. Alberta Clipper number 2, look at the blue down here in the south. This is going to be a close call between snow or rain. I think north of the 401, that'll be snow. South of there, we'll have to watch out. Not the only place dealing with snow. We've got a Clipper moving across Edmonton, Saskatoon, southern areas of Manitoba. That'll bring some snow today. Clipper number 2, which will be Ontario Storm Sunday, will bring more snow near the Trans-Canada Highway. Meanwhile, British Columbia taking it on the chin today. We got gusty winds. We got heavy rain. Tomorrow morning is still unsettled, but by the afternoon it's a bit better. But this is a big soak, especially places like the North Shore, West Vancouver Island, higher elevations, the Coquihalla Highway, up through the Sea to Sky. That'll all be snow. And there's a good 5 to 10 centimeters of snow with the 2 clippers across the prairie. So we're keeping a close eye on that. And we'll finish off in the north here, Rankin Inlet -5, Iqaluit 0 with flurries, -10 in Yellowknife with just a touch below seasonal values for this time of year.
Right. So when I joined the morning show all those years ago, it was called CBC News Morning, and I replaced Allison Smith as host. The rest of the team was already in place and had been for years. Thankfully, the team welcomed me from the start, and we were off and running from that very first broadcast on November 6th, 2005. What an honor it is this morning to be able to share the stage once more with almost all of the original team. Harry Forrestel, Marivelle Charouk, and the OG senior producer, Tracy Lightfoot, my dear friend. Thank you all for, it's like a Friends reunion. This is so great.
They had to bring Tracy so that we got into position at the right time.
I know, and we only, are you gonna count me down? Enough. Yeah. Harry's in from Fredericton. Tracy came in from, Charlottetown via Moncton and all the way here. And Marivelle runs things at CBC Toronto. You didn't have as far to go. We are thinking the member of our team who's not with us this morning is in Halifax, and Colleen Jones very much on our mind and in our hearts today. We wish she could be here because she was such a key part of what we did in those early days. Did that early alarm take you back, Harry, when it came?
Goodness, I'll tell you what. I know why I am
moved on
now from the morning show. I was slack-jawed getting up this morning. and realizing how much energy it takes to get out, get on there, and get ready for it. You cannot underestimate the effort that Heather puts in every day to getting up, getting out, and appearing on there so well assembled and so bright and happy, and whatever the story, you're ready for it.
Heavy
blown
caffeination,
away.
Harry. Heavy caffeination. Do you remember our first broadcast, Marivelle, as a group?
First broadcast as a oh, Heather. No.
I actually remember what I was wearing. Yes, I do, strangely enough.
Well, sorry, we have to address this.
I know, we have to.
Yeah.
Very
You don't know how many times I went back to my closet, like, oh, Heather's got the same color on. Let me go change. Couldn't do that this morning. I remember collectively.
Okay. What do you remember?
Our shows together, and just how, like Harry said, like, you do not know what it's like to wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning, show up here, and be ready to fire on all cylinders, like have all systems go. You can't show up in PJs and like hair a mess, because that's not how we rolled.
Yeah.
And that's Heather always. Like, I can't believe how are you doing this, you know?
20 years. You haven't missed,
exactly.
haven't missed a day.
Not many, you're absolutely right. But
Yes.
can I just remember, so Heaton Dyer used to run News Network when we were first starting, and he sent out a memo to me, the memo right after we launched, and it was 5 or 6 pages. It was rather expansive, taking a look at how we'd done. So I won't read all of it, but this is what he said, Trace. He said, it's still early days, and we're not going to declare a victory yet, but the newly launched CBC News Morning is generating positive audience feedback and certainly seems to be experiencing a reasonable growth in audiences. But then it went on to talk about the promise of the show, is that those who wake up with it will know what to expect from their day in news, weather, sports, and business. The mandate of the morning show has changed. And I wanted to ask you about that, because that was a really conscious decision we made. It wasn't about running the news from the night before and carrying it over to hash it over in the morning. We flipped that switch. We're launching the day. We don't know where the news is going, but we're going to tell you what you think you need to know but to get the go. And we made that conscious move.
Absolutely. Our mandate was to set up the day.
Right.
And you're exactly right that quite often in the previous iterations of the show, we would have material from the National the night before or material from the day before. And we really wanted people to be able to tune into us for 10, 20, 30 minutes, however long they could, because we knew people were busy in the mornings and we wanted to be able to give them what they needed to know for the day. And that was really the goal.
And that was a fundamental shift. You remember that, Harry?
I do. I remember it vividly, because the reason I was in London to do the show was to get that first tidal wave of information and stories that have been boiling and percolating overnight.
That's right. If
So that
Harry
people
was
in the
our
morning,
international correspondent and was based from London and would be there.
Which meant I didn't have to be into work until 7 o'clock in the morning.
I know, that was
wonderful.
so unfair.
You know,
it was
that
the
was
best.
getting up at
We always
3:30.
loved, didn't we? We loved our London broadcasts because it was very humane.
Sweet gig, Harry.
That leads me to some of my memories, because there was Harry in London, and all of a sudden we were getting all this London lingo where people were in line to get jabs. What are jabs, Harry? They're shots. Oh, they're getting that out of the boot. What's the boot, Harry? It's the trunk. And you were we were learning all the lingo over there with you.
Converted completely. But we had, and we had 2 or 3 weeks of preparation and rehearsals getting up to that point where we had that first broadcast. And I think that was the same time that we were in Trafalgar Square, because Canada House.
That's right.
Had opened to the public for the first time after a major renovation. And they had a Bryan Adams exhibit there, and there was a lot going on.
Remember that.
And I remember that first broadcast being live from Trafalgar Square, and what a highlight that was.
Right
to
off
be
the bat.
there. Yeah,
Right
to
off
be
the
sharing
bat.
it with you. That was
Absolutely.
wonderful.
What are some of your memories? Do you have any, Marivelle, that Marivelle was in charge of business for all of us?
Oh boy,
Yes.
2008, 2009, the
Exactly.
global economic crisis. And that was, if you talk about staying on top of things first thing in the morning, it was like, what central bank in what part of the world is propping up its government this hour? So that was what was so cool, because we knew we would be on top of it. That I would say that maybe that's not a great memory, but it's an example of how we were just of the moment all the time, that long ago. So we
Too bad you wouldn't be dealing with economic uncertainty now at all if we were in the same role, would you, Marivelle?
No, not at all.
No, not at all.
Not at all. And the road trips. We had some great road trips, too.
Yes, Colleen, speaking of Colleen, do you remember the show we went to Dundas, Ontario? It was an election.
do.
And Colleen taught me to curl, whatever that was I was doing.
She taught all of us, and it didn't go
wasn't
well.
curling, but we tried valiantly. Good morning, Colleen. What are some of your memories, Trace?
You know, what I remember most is the team.
Yes.
Is all of us working together. I remember us in the lead up to the show, sitting in a very small corner office, you and I, with our heads down, working out the script and working out the formats of the show and who was going to have what amount of time. And I just remember being so excited by your energy and what you were going to bring to our show and the changes that were on the horizon. And it was like that every day. You know, our team came in the morning, and every morning we came in knowing that we had a high standard for ourselves and that you had a high standard for us and our program. And we wanted to do everything we could to meet that. So I remember most spending time with you. I spent more time with you. I told a story to somebody the other day of when we would go on the road. I remember the road trips as well. And we would leave in the afternoon and go to the airport. And then we would be together on the plane, together in the cab, together at the hotel, staying up until probably midnight, working on the show, and then getting up at 3 a.m. and being together and going to get coffee. And every second was just wonderful.
Precious.
One of the things I remember most about working with you, Heather, was your grace and your willingness to share the airtime with us, and how unflappable you were. Because when I was in London doing those hits, my desk was feet away from the camera position, but I'd be working on the story right until the last second. The folks in the control room were losing their minds. Where's Harry? Get him in front of the camera.
Marivelle, get ready to film.
When I did show up, you were so calm, and you know, the eye of the hurricane, as it were. So
that's wonderful.
Really enjoyed
I love
that.
those memories. Thank you. Just to let people know where you are, Tracy did the remarkable thing in television news. She found balance. Tracy moved to Charlottetown, has a beautiful son, Matthew, and runs that newsroom now in the role of senior producer. So involved in all of that. Of course, Louise and Jay, formerly on our show, and they work with Tracy now in Charlottetown. Marivelle is executive producer of CBC Toronto, so very involved in the decision-making here. And Harry, as we know, went to be the supper hour anchor at CBC New Brunswick and is based in Fredericton. And Harry and I did really a couple of really quite compelling interviews when you came forward with your diagnosis of Parkinson's. And I want to ask how you're doing today, because I think it's just marvelous you're able to be here.
I'm here.
And you look I know, but so you had some innovative, some radical treatment, and obviously it's done well.
Deep brain stimulation, and I'm still involved with a variety of Parkinson's groups to let people know what Parkinson's is, how it affects our lives, and what hope there is for the future. So, and you've been a great friend to help me with some of that in terms of doing interviews at various stages of my treatment. So thank you for that.
We experienced Parkinson's in my family, so I certainly have
near.
a sense of your journey. So.
Well, of course, Colleen can't be with us, but
we should. Oh, look at that! I don't know if we have that picture to show. I forwarded it to them. Let's bring that up so everyone. There was a time when we were everywhere. Billboards across the country. It was fantastic. Look at that hair. Look at that. Those the originals. There we are. Our first group photo. Fantastic.
We're babies in
that's
this
true.
picture.
And Colleen, we should say, Colleen, Order of Canada Sports Hall of Fame. She's already in Nova Scotia Sports Hall of Fame, and this weekend, that's with her championship team. This weekend, she's going in for her individual contribution to curling. She's a legend, and as I said, we are all thinking of her with love this morning. So there's Colleen, and there we were. Is this going to be? Is this an early Christmas for me? My birthday's coming up, so I'm going to view it like an early birthday. Okay, can I open it?
Yes, of course.
Oh my goodness. Okay, but you've wrapped it too nicely.
Well, actually, I didn't wrap it, my wife did.
Okay. See, I like that. Facts,
it's hard to hold the tape.
Okay, well, I thank her for doing this. This is wonderful.
What are the other, do you remember any other words? Because I was trying to think all of the funny words that we said. What is Harry talking about
the
again?
lift,
The lift, oh yes.
Oh, yeah.
And then at Remembrance Day, of course, your poppy
Yes.
was always different. I remember that.
There was
Ooh,
Brawley. Brawley was
Brawley, yeah.
one.
There were
and
lots of things going
that
on
was
there.
another one. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Harry. To
So
morning glory. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. So, shall I journal my new life? What's happening beyond?
I think there's a note, just...
Good luck with the next chapter, which I have yet to write.
Well,
Oh,
and
Harry, that's so beautiful.
There's no lines in it because you're always, you're able to deal with anything thrown your way, and so you've got pages to fill, and no expectation of anything but your success in the future.
Harry, thank
It's been
you.
a real pleasure.
What a treat to have you back. What fun we had.
We
What
didn't
good
even-
work
didn't
we do. You
even-
want to take some of those? I know. I'm doing okay. I'm ready to roll. I want to say thank you for the early years. Thank you for reminiscing today, all of you. Harry and Marivelle and Tracy, thank you very much. Now, so I have... Thank you. Just hold on for 1 second. I'm going to hand it over because I have no idea just how many questions I ask in a typical 4-hour show, but it is a big number. Questions to reporters, questions to guests, and I've always tried to be your proxy and ask the questions that you would ask if you were in my position with my access. So I like to be the one to ask questions. Today, apparently, we're going to turn things around, upside down, and I'm going to answer questions. Linda Ward is out talking to our wonderful guest, Linda.
We have a lot of fans here.
And friends and
Fans
family,
and friends
fantastic.
And guests, and people who are celebrating and honoring you today.
Thanks.
And people who have, as you say, some questions
Uh-oh.
for you. So we're going to bring up
Okay.
our first guest here. Tell me your name and where you're from first. So what's your question for him?
What does tomorrow morning look like for Heather?
You know, this morning, I always, as I said briefly, a great badge of honor. I don't know if you ever did, but I never once slept in 20 years. And the reason is I had 4 alarms going every single day. So this morning, as I was canceling each one, I thought, oh, nope. Nope. So I'm going to sleep in a little bit. In the front row, you see my sisters. I have 2 sisters, Paula and Wendy, and my beautiful niece, Asha. I don't know if you remember in the early days, I used to show pictures when Asha was born, and she's in 2nd year at London School of Economics right now. And she's here, and we're going to have a bit of a girls' celebration. My husband's here, and my husband's family, and we're having joint family celebration. So I think they'll probably roll right into tomorrow morning. That's my plan.
Okay, we have another question here. Again, tell me your name, where you're from.
My name is Loretta Rodriguez, and I'm from Mississauga.
So what do you want to know from Heather?
Okay, what I would like to know is you have, and the thing that I've enjoyed the most, is a wonderful way of talking to us as opposed to at us. I've never felt while watching you that I'm watching someone cold just reading a teleprompter. I'd like to know how you do that. And also just one quickie little thing.
Oh, go right ahead.
A thought for retirement.
Yes.
You might want to consider getting Chris Murphy to retire too, and the 2 of you go on the road, because you guys are hilarious together.
Where is Chris? I'll see you. I don't think he's planning to retire for a year, but I'll work on that with him. You know, the thing of it is with speaking, and I always try to say this to our team, you know, sometimes people write a script as if it's plural, you know, to everybody watching. And I always think of who's watching. You're sitting at home in front of your screen individually and personally, and they always, you know, it's a trick, I think, not a trick, but, you know, you imagine someone to whom you're speaking. I usually think of my mom. I'm telling you the story as you watch at home, and I'm going to speak in the language that I would to someone who I love and who I'm watching, or who I think might be watching, someone that I can explain it to in those kinds of words and usage of words, and that's kind of how I've tried to do that. So it's sort of a surrogate, but it's you on the other side. I'm always just thinking of who might be at home having coffee in the morning, and that's the person to whom I'm speaking. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
I'm sure we're going to have more questions. I'm going to be walking around
oh my
here.
gosh, I'm ready
talking to
for
some
them.
People,
I'm
so,
ready for them.
Yeah, there's going to be some tough ones.
It's a celebration edition of Ask Me Anything. That sounds like fantastic. Okay, Linda, thank you for those, and you're watching this special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live.
Hello, Heather. It's Bubbles and Lips.
Hi, my name is Shane.
My name is Kate Tierney.
Helen Zakowski.
I'm Jane Allison.
I'm Dan.
Hi, I'm Alex.
We are thrilled to celebrate you. Your fan club is here.
I've been watching Heather Hiscox on CBC News since 2008.
I first met Heather Hiscox way back when she joined CBC Television.
My husband and I started watching Heather Hiscox on Your Morning during COVID.
Good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox.
Every day you've helped make our big country feel closer and more connected, a calm and familiar face on our screens.
I know I'm not alone. My friends and family also wake up to you in the morning because we know you're a trusted Canadian news source.
I think that she means consistency. She knows the value of good journalism. I guess add it to the mix. She dresses very well. You got good style, Heather.
Wherever you fly, you'll be the best of the best. Wherever you go, you will top all the rest.
I think Canadians love Heather because she loves us. Whether she's interviewing a celebrity or everyday Canadians, you can really feel that she's interested.
One of my favorite Heather memories is being on a plane, an Air Canada flight, and the news was on. And there was Heather doing an interview in completely fluent French. I mean, the girl misses nothing.
Believe it or not, you've got me through every morning run at the gym, and now that you're gone, I don't know who's going to get me through my morning workouts.
One of the things I enjoyed about Heather the most was her complete authenticity. I mean, she's got such a great sense of humor. Think back to her interview with AC/DC, among others. And certainly loads of compassion, empathy, and a bit of a steely grit when necessary.
Heather, there are two retirements that I have dreaded. One is my doctor, and the other is you.
You will be missed. The way the news is presented in the morning won't be the same without you.
I think that's what I'll miss most is having Heather kind of greet me every morning.
Heather, you've worked hard to build a career that we know you love. Now it's time to enjoy what lies ahead.
I will miss you so much, but I hope this next chapter in your journey is joyful and rewarding and exciting.
Thank you for the last 20 years. I'm going to miss you so much, and I wish you all the best on your next adventures.
Wishing you joy and the gift of sleeping in. Get that sleep in.
Thank you, Heather.
For all that you've done, we raise up a toast. You've earned the title, the Canadian People's Host.
And as they say, we'll see you around.
Good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox. It's Thursday, November 6th. And yes, things look a little different today, don't they, at CBC Morning Live? We've moved into the atrium of the Broadcast Centre in Toronto. We have invited all sorts of guests to be part of our live audience. Shall we say good morning? These are friends, these are family members, colleagues, viewers. Good morning to all of you. And good morning to you. Thank you for sharing this moment with me. This is my 20th anniversary as morning show host, exactly today, and this is my final broadcast at CBC News. So we're having one spectacular send-off. We're going to do a little royal reminiscing this hour, and we're going to see if we can get a bit of a Newfoundland kitchen party going, because Alan Doyle is coming in, guitar in hand. We have some special music coming up a little bit later on. But even on this day, our focus remains on the news of the day. So let's begin with what is making news right now. The Liberals embrace their newest teammate and hint that more opposition MPs are eyeing a bench change.
There are a number of moderate Conservatives that are on the other side that I think are looking at this type of government and saying that's the type of government that actually represents the type of politics I want to see.
The Liberals are now just 2 seats shy of a majority, and we'll have the latest reaction to Chris d'Entremont's decision to cross the floor. Donald Trump's trade war powers are put to the test. The U.S. Supreme Court considers whether the president has the authority to impose his sweeping tariffs.
I believe that the other side, in a way, fell flat on their face.
What has been said in the courtroom so far, and what the ruling could mean for Canada. And investigators recovered the black box recorders from the UPS plane that crashed in flames in Louisville, Kentucky, killing a dozen people.
That will be yet another point of information that will really help us understand what happened during this point of flight.
Teams are now sifting through almost a kilometer of debris for clues into the cause of the catastrophic crash. Prime Minister Mark Carney is still looking for 2 crucial votes to pass his fall budget this week. The Liberals edged closer to a majority yesterday as former Conservative MP Chris d'Entremont officially joined the Liberal caucus. Some of his former Conservative colleagues are condemning the floor crossing and accusing the Prime Minister of dirty politics.
I think it's shameful what he did. I could never imagine doing something like that, to misrepresent yourself to voters.
A floor crosser is disingenuous, disloyal, selfish, and opportunistic.
Last spring, Canadians elected a minority parliament. Mr. Carney is trying to manipulate that result and get a majority Canadians did not elect.
D'Entremont says he left the Conservatives in part over the leadership style of Pierre Poilievre. He also says he believes Mark Carney's Liberals offer a better path forward for Canada and for his constituents in the Nova Scotia riding of Acadianapolis. Reaction to the floor crossing there has been mixed.
People were there for Pierre and him, so I think it's kind of shortchanging the voters here in the area.
He's done a lot of good for us, and I'm not sure whether it bothers me that much or not.
D'Entremont's move does not guarantee the Liberals any legislative wins, but the budget can also pass next week if some opposition members abstain from voting. World leaders are gathering in Brazil for a diplomatic summit this morning. This is ahead of the Global Climate Change Conference, COP30, which opens next week. And our senior climate journalist, Susan Ormiston, is live to cover that. She is in Belen this morning. Susan, delighted to have you as part of this broadcast today. Set the stage for what's coming at COP30. Who's coming? Who's not?
Well, it may not look like we're in the Amazon, but we are in the city of Belen. President Lula inviting guests here, a bold decision in a year when climate politics in some quarters has really been under attack. There won't be an official U.S. delegation here. Prime Minister Carney is also not attending. His office telling us with that budget vote looming, he can't afford to be away from Canada. The Environment Minister for Canada, Julie DeBrussen, and Stephen Guilbeault, the former Environment Minister, will be coming next week. We are going to hear from about 57 leaders over the next 2 days, but that's a third of the world leaders who came to Dubai, that glittering COP conference 2 years ago, Heather.
And what's on the agenda of this particular international gathering, Susan?
You know, it's fair to say this is about retooling how countries deal with the climate crisis. Paris, which set that all-important target of limiting the warming of the world to 2 degrees Celsius, preferably 1.5, that target has been missed over the last 10 years. So countries will have to find new ways to tackle the climate emergency. This conference less about pledges and talk and more about action plans, they're saying. We're expecting to hear a little bit of that. But Heather, I really want to move on to the breaking news overnight. I heard from a good source that you've changed your mind after I urged you not to go. I don't know how we're going to manage without you, Heather. You and I have chatted over 20 years, 20 countries probably, crazy time zones, and every time we've had such an engaging and interesting conversation. I always feel comforted when you're in the chair asking the questions, and you're really my kind of journalist, Heather. Just a wonderful colleague. You're always prepared, always curious, always asking detail, getting intelligent questions and answers in and guiding me gently when I've forgotten something or I blab on too long. It has been an immense pleasure. I'm a huge fan, Heather, and you know I'm going to miss you sincerely.
It is amusing.
And if you feel like, you know, your body clock can't reset properly, you know, I'll take your call at 4 a.m. in the morning if you're up and awake.
Listen, I was going to say, I've been joking a little bit. You know, it's been such a wonderful, warm reception, Susan, that maybe I shouldn't go after all. I don't know. I'm going to stay put. But after this extraordinary farewell, I think they'll be ushering me out the door. But, you know, Susan, I would say you are emblematic of our extraordinary correspondents at CBC News and our foreign correspondents particularly. It's been the privilege of my career to be able to have conversations with you. And if I was prepared, it was because to rise to your level, I wanted to make sure that I was able to make sure that I understood the story that you were covering to the degree that I could set you up properly to shine for you and for our viewers. So that was always my philosophy. And if it worked for you, I'm delighted that it has. I've enjoyed our conversation, Susan. I'll look forward to the reporting from COP30. Thank you so very much. Susan
farewell,
Ormiston,
my friend.
thank you very much. All right, so just before we take a quick break, what else you should know on this Thursday morning? New Brunswick looking to eliminate renewal stickers for license plates. People will still need to register their vehicles online or in person, but will no longer receive stickers in the mail. And Hockey Canada will unveil the Olympic jerseys for Milano Cortina 2026 later today. Oh, that's interesting, given one of our guests coming up. We'll talk about that later. But we got our first glimpse of the new outfits by Bauer yesterday on social media. More on that to come. Why don't I show you the group that is assembled with us here in the atrium of the broadcast center. Good morning to all of you at home. Who's showing up? Let me see if I can recognize anyone to tell you about. Good morning as you watch. This is a special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live.
of the questions I've been asked most frequently of late is, of all the stories I've covered, which is my favorite? And that's truly like having to choose a favorite child. But among the favorites have been the many royal events I've been privileged to witness, from the joy of weddings and jubilees to the sorrow of farewells. These stories have captured tradition, history, pageantry on a breathtaking scale. And here are just some of the royal moments we have experienced together. Hiscox in London. This is the big day, and we'll have all the big moments for you. I hope you'll be able to hear Anne and me, because the beautiful bells of the Westminster Abbey are going to be ringing like that nonstop. I'm like a pigeon, you know, the famous British pigeons. I'm so high, I'm on the roof of the Methodist Hall looking down on that great west door through which Kate Middleton entered earlier today. Prince William, Kate Middleton, now the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. A huge cheer from the crowd. Very, very pleased to be here and to witness that today. Happy Jubilee weekend.
Thank you very much indeed.
All the polls tell us that the popularity of Queen Elizabeth and of the monarchy right now has really never been higher. There is a lot of love for Queen Elizabeth today along the banks of the Thames. Tell me if this is a good look for me, Peter. There you go.
So darling, darling, stand by me.
It was something to behold, just a beautiful service. The new Duke and Duchess of Sussex just behind me, just meters away, and no one behind them, just those magnificent Windsor Greys pulling that open Ascot landau, and then out they went into the High Street and to the thousands waiting to extend their best wishes.
Heather, thanks so much. No one better equipped to keep an eye on what's happening than you.
Adrian, I'm not missing this party. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I found Canadians. We can't hold up the crowd. We have to keep walking. Come on. I may not ever be able to speak to you again. I don't know where I'm going to end up. What does it mean to you?
It's amazing. We saw already 3 future monarchs all at one time. It's historic. I'll never see anything like this again.
As we look at this, the biggest state funeral in the history of the UK, to honor one of its greatest figures, it's a privilege to be here. Some of what we're watching today, very much bringing back our own personal memories, and my MP, Dr. Gus Mitches, selected me to be representative of the Grey Bruce area. So I went to this beautiful reception. When you've been speaking to the Queen, you are the center of her universe. And that was the case with the Queen. Just a couple of words, but she was very much focused on me alone. And now I'm so delighted, particularly, to have this lasting memory to carry with me. Thanks for letting us share them today. What an extraordinary sweep of royal history, from the wedding of Will and Kate, and yes, we really were up in that garret. It was incredible looking down, to the funeral for Queen Elizabeth II. My next guest has been by my side for many of those moments, and she really is the queen of royal coverage. She's a journalist and royal correspondent for Vanity Fair and a number of other media outlets, as well as the author of The New Royals. I'm just delighted that Katie Nicholl is joining us from London this morning. And Katie, well, of course, right in front of Buckingham Palace. Good morning. I haven't seen you in the longest time. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm just listening to that wonderful montage of footage that we did together. We shared so many of those moments together, Heather, and so many times we've stood in this position, in the rain, in the sun, in all sorts of environments for all sorts of occasions. But it was always such a great comfort for me to have you by my side. I felt very safe on air with you, and it was always we were a great team.
That's mutual. We really did enjoy. Remember the time we actually showed up in the same black lace blouse? That's how much in sync we were. We were wearing pretty much the same outfit.
We were.
But you know, I was thinking I should explain to people that many of those moments, we are having here today, Katie, what you would call a right royal knees up. And what I learned during royal events, that means a great big party, right? That's what we're having here in Toronto this morning, a right royal knees up.
I'm glad you're enjoying it and you're getting the send-off that you deserve.
Wow, that's so nice. Listen, let's talk about some favorite memories, because that montage really did highlight some that I was thinking about a lot. As I go back to the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, do you remember that flotilla? We'd never seen anything like that, nothing since, well, Sir Winston Churchill's funeral, and it was rainy and it was miserable and Prince Philip got sick. But do you remember that particular moment?
That's right. I really remember that moment clearly, that amazing flotilla on the Thames and that biblical rain. I mean, everyone was absolutely drenched, and I remember you and I standing there, you know, like soaked rats, trying our best to look glamorous on live television and thinking, how on earth are the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh able to do this? And you'll remember the Duke stood out on that boat. He refused to go downstairs and take shelter. And then, of course, he wasn't here, was he, on the balcony the next day because he was sick in hospital. So, you know, I think that really captured everything we've always said about the royals, which is duty first and foremost. And one of the lovely things about reporting with you, Heather, is that you really respected that duty. You loved that tradition. It was never a chore for you to come over here and cover those events. I remember seeing you at Jubilees, going and finding the Canadians out in the crowd, bringing the whole thing to life to the Canadian audience and doing it with a smile on your face because you loved it.
Absolutely, I did, and tremendous honor to have covered as many as I did. You're right. After the Platinum Jubilee, in that throng of well-wishers as they moved down the mile, I wasn't sure where I was going to end up, but as you say, somehow we found Canadians. But then really the culmination in so many ways, Katie, was, you know, the preparation in its infinite detail for the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, the pageantry at that time, the lineups of people, that's what I remember, the people wanting to pay respect. She was such a beloved figure. To have shared that particular moment in history with you was truly special.
I mean, it was, wasn't it? I mean, over the years, we've done births, we've done royal weddings, we've done christenings. I don't think any of us have seen a funeral on that scale over here in the UK. And, you know, you said earlier, it felt like a great honour and a privilege to be covering something like that. And, you know, I felt the same. This is 20 years of royal reporting for me as well. And I think nothing's quite got me in the chest, in the heart, like covering the funeral of Queen Elizabeth, because it just felt so epic. And to be here, to be commentating on that, was a real privilege. And to see all of that pomp and the pageantry, the gun carriage, the family walking behind the gun carriage. In fact, Heather, I remember being just down by the palace gates and seeing the Queen's cortege come out and being profoundly moved. And I think it's moments like that that really, they stay with you because they are defining moments within your professional career.
They do. You're right exactly in that, Katie. So while I have you, why don't we get some royal news? Because I don't know if you know this, but of course you will know this. Prince Harry happens to be in Toronto right now. He's doing some ceremonial duties with the True Patriot Love organization. What is happening? Is there a reunion? Is there a rapprochement? What is happening with his family? What are you hearing there?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that he's going to be in Canada. He's penned this whole piece about the joy of being British and what makes us unique. And of course, he served in the military, 2 tours of Afghanistan. So quite right that he's being recognised by the veteran community. Lovely that he's in Canada. Are we going to see him more over here on British soil? We very much hope so. We know that there was a meeting with King Charles recently. He won't be over here for Christmas, but there may well be, I'm hearing rumours that there may well be some sort of a reunion in the new year with him and his father. I think everyone's hoping, with all the turbulence of the last few years, that even if William and Harry can't quite patch it up, that he will be able to have a relationship with his father. You know, I think we look to the royal family up on that balcony. We look to them to be united. They are our royal family. We don't want to see a great fracture at the heart of the House of Windsor. We want to see them reunited. I think that's very important.
there were some noses slightly out of joint because there was Prince Harry with a Dodgers hat on, no less, in the World Series, Katie, when he should be representing the Commonwealth, and the Toronto Blue Jays were in the finals. So there was a little bit of discussion about that, but it's okay. I think that can be water under the bridge. Just before I let you go, it is a very turbulent time again, in that the king has just stripped his brother, Prince Andrew, no longer. It is now Andrew, moved him out of the royal home. Is it a time of crisis? Is that what you feel like you're covering right at this moment?
I think at points, Heather, it has felt like a point of crisis, nothing quite akin to the abdication, but certainly big questions over the future of the monarchy. I think many people feel here that perhaps the king should have acted sooner in stripping Andrew of his titles. You know, we really do need to see a proper distance between Andrew and the royal family, and now we're seeing that. I think what's so interesting in all of this is the secret power behind the throne really being William and Catherine. They feel, I think, more now than ever like the real future of the House of Windsor. We've got William over in Brazil. Today he's going to be at COP, standing in for his father, the King. And you're seeing very much, I think, in William and Kate, a king and queen in waiting. And I think as long as we've got them, then the future feels very bright for the monarchy.
That's a wonderful concluding thought. We talked so many times about how the Queen wanted to ensure the future of the firm, as she called it, and ensure the future of the monarchy. Katie, I can't thank you for all of the moments that we have shared over these years, and I've enjoyed every conversation, this one among them. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. You are the best. You are the queen of royal reporting. It's a crown that we too can share.
I said you were that. Okay, we'll share the title.
Fun.
It always was. Katie Nicholl, thank you so very much. From London and Buckingham Palace, from Katie, let us check in with the Prince of Precipitation, the monarch of meteorology, the king of convection.
Holy moly.
Mr. Chris Murphy.
That's from the Countess of Condensation, so I'm very... And by the way, we know, if it's not already apparent, the gravity of today's situation, I'm on set on time, Heather.
Well, I know. You know, that when people have said I act with grace, I'm always having to extricate myself gracefully because you're never in front of your weather boards at the time.
But you stall flawlessly for me, Heather, and I thank you for it. But you don't have to worry about that today, because today I'm here, and we're going to make sure that we get this weather for everybody on this very special day. Let's talk about the current situation. This low-pressure system, this is one that's bringing heavy rain to the Maritimes, gusty winds today. That's going to move over towards Newfoundland through tomorrow and tomorrow night, and that's going to bring in, tonight, and that's going to bring in some heavy snow. There's a look, 11 degrees in Windsor, 7 in Toronto. This is through the afternoon, so that's about it. Jackets required. There's your rain showers in Halifax. St. John's just going to start to rain. Let's take a look at what we have going on. So there's your rain showers in the Maritimes getting into Newfoundland for tonight. I'm going to turn your attention northern Ontario, an Alberta clipper. That's a little quick-moving system that emanates out of Alberta. Bit of snow for you tonight, more showers for southern Ontario tomorrow and into southern Quebec. Then things settle down for a little bit on Saturday, and then take a look at what's going on here. Another clipper coming out of Alberta. This could bring snow to southern Ontario. All right, across the west, speaking of snow, that clipper right now is bringing some snow showers to northern Alberta. It's going to scoot down the Yellowhead Highway to southern Manitoba tonight. Then a second clipper, that will move a little further south to places like Red Deer, the Cypress Hills could get some of that snow. That will be our troublemaker come Sunday into Monday. Meanwhile, in British Columbia, taking it on the chin once again today with high winds, heavy rain, and high alpine snow for you. So rain showers could go to 100 millimeters of rain in the usual suspects. That will start to taper off tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. There's a look at the snow for the mountain passes. Hey, but it's white gold for the ski hills, and a lot of those places are just opening up this week or the next couple of weeks. There's your snow in the prairies, and we take a look across the north here, and that's what we're expecting. Bit of blowing snow on the west side of Hudson Bay, but that's what we expect. It's that time of year. You know that the territories get most of their snow, not in the winter, but in the fall and even into the spring. So quick look at this afternoon's temperatures. Look at Medicine Hat, 15 degrees. Saskatoon, a mere 3 with a rain-snow mix. All right, Heather, back to you.
Chris, thank you. It's just wonderful to have you here. And yesterday, if you happen to be watching our program, Chris dug deep into the 80s vault for a little bit of REO Speedwagon, a little musical send-off for me yesterday. Well, what I have for you and for you today is Alan Doyle, who's coming up next in our special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live. I first saw our next guest perform decades ago when I was working in Halifax and he was touring with the band he founded, Great Big Sea, and hanging out at the lower deck, I do recall. In the years since, he's added author, producer, and actor to his list of activities and credits, but music is always at the center. And it's music that carries the heart of Newfoundland, filled with warmth, wit, and that unmistakable voice that feels like home. I could not be more honored to have Alan Doyle with us this morning in the 7 o'clock hour. He's blessing me, performing Wave Over Wave. Alan Doyle, everyone.
Oh, me name's Abel Rogers, a shareman of mine on a 3-masted schooner from Twillingate Isle. I've been the world over, north, south, east, and west, but the middle of nowhere is where I likes it best. Where it's wave over wave, sea over bow, I'm as happy a man as the sea will allow. There's no other life for a sailor like me, but to sail the salt sea, boys, sail the sea. There's no other life but to sail the salt sea. Well, I leave my wife lonely 10 months of the year, for she built me a home and raised my children dear. She'd never come out to bid farewell to me, or ken why a sailor must sail the salt sea. Where it's wave over wave, sea over bow, I'm as happy a man as the sea will allow. There's no other life for a sailor like me, but to sail the salt sea, boys, sail the sea. There's no other life but to sail the salt sea. I know the work it is hard and the hours are long, but my spirit is willing and my back it is strong. And when the work's over, the whiskey will pour, we'll dance with the girls upon some foreign shore. Where it's wave over wave, sea over bow, I'm as happy a man as the sea will allow. There's no other life for a sailor like me, but to sail the salt sea, boys, sail the sea. There's no other life but to sail the salt sea. I've sailed the world over for decades or more, and oft times I wonder what I do it for. I don't know the answer, it's pleasure and pain, but with life to live over, I'd do it again. Heather would too, Heather would too. Where it's wave over wave, come on. Sea over bow, I'm as happy a man as the sea will allow. There's no other life for a sailor like me, but to sail the salt sea, boys, sail the sea. There's no other life but to sail the salt sea.
Alan Doyle is going to put down that guitar and take a place on the couch just after a very quick break. You've made it so special. This is CBC Morning Live. In the atrium of the Broadcast Centre in Toronto, our special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live. That was a treat.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me. And congratulations again on what a run. My God, it's glorious.
If you were watching Canada Day, Alan was in Charlottetown. We were together, and you were just doing Telltale Harbour at Confederation Centre, which was so fantastic, and it just wrapped here in Toronto at the Mervis Centre.
Yeah, an incredible
Big success.
run. Yeah, it was an incredible run with a new Canadian musical that was so fun to do it, and to be a temporary Toronto resident, by the way, for the last 2 months, for the first time in my life living here, more or less, and I've loved every second.
Well, if you follow Alan on social media, he was Toronto Appreciation Post. You were here, there, trying restaurants to new sites, and it was fantastic.
I can't believe how chuffed Torontonians were to have someone from Newfoundland saying something nice about them. That's fantastic.
Were you surprised?
Yeah.
What you found?
I was very surprised about, because you don't know a place until you kind of live in it for a bit. And Toronto was very undersold as a walking destination. And Toronto was very undersold as a place where you can actually walk on wharfs and beaches, and you can walk in ravines and in the woods, and who knew? And I've always loved my time here, of course, but this was a very special time, and doing our own project and all that stuff. So it was awesome.
Well, it's interesting because you famously never left the island until you were about 20, right? And so you've always kind of had this outsider's perspective on Canada.
Yeah.
And I was watching, as I saw your post, how you were discovering Toronto and this part in a different way.
It's probably like a function of growing up in a little fishing town, of 500 people, and being sort of fascinated with whatever else there is, right? Mm-hmm. And so when I was a kid, I wanted to play music and travel. Those are the two things I want. And right now, I'm in my mid-50s, and I still want to play music and travel. Those are my two favorite things. So.
And you're doing them for sure. You know what? I wanted to have you on for all sorts of reasons, but because I wanted Newfoundland to be represented on the show today. The very first big story, big tragedy I covered was the Cougar helicopter crash going back to 2009.
Yeah.
And 18 people were flying out to the oil platforms, and the mechanical gearbox seized, and they went into the North Atlantic. And 17 died, 1 survived. Yes, and then, but what I wanted to, it was my first, and you sang wave over wave. Yeah. It was my first lesson in how Newfoundlanders view the sea. It giveth, but it taketh away.
Yeah, there's a hearty respect for it. Especially growing up where I grew up on the Southern Shore, where fishermen come and go all the time, and you hope they come back, and you hope they come back with something, that they find. And so we have this appreciation and fear, for lack of a better word, of the ocean. And I always talk about the first time I ever went to Vancouver. It was a great big sea in 1995 or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I saw a fella early in the morning down on, what do you call it, English Bay.
English Bay.
And I was down on the wharf. I won't tell you why I was down there at 6 o'clock in the morning. But
it wasn't to sing, I'm going to bet. It wasn't to sing.
And I saw this fella going along on what I would now call a paddleboard. And he was headed out towards the ocean. And I thought, my God, well, this must be a terrible time in his life to be doing this, or whatever. And after a while, I realized I was watching someone go onto the ocean recreationally for the very first time in my life. I'd never seen it, not one time. And that's the relationship that I think most people from rural Newfoundland especially have with the ocean, is that it's a place to go to work and hope nothing bad happens to you. And I think, like you say, for tragedies like you mentioned, they just bring home how tenuous that relationship can be, and how lucky we are when you go out and come back safely.
It's been my huge honor to be in Newfoundland for, I think, that province more than any other, to do special shows, to explain to Canadians what Memorial Day means, to talk about Beaumont Hamel and the impact there, to be there for so many anniversaries and events, and fallen in love with the province, absolutely. And I don't know what it is. It's, the beauty for sure, the people, the authenticity, the joy, the generosity, the music, the history. It's extraordinary. And now it seems to me Newfoundland is having this huge moment that you, Hocko, Alan Hocko, Mark Critch, Rick Mercer, Keith Whalen's over here. You're just so influential as a voice. Comedy, music. Is it? Do you get that sense that Newfoundland is having a bit of a moment?
I've always felt Newfoundland was having a moment. It just took the rest of us to catch up. Hey, I've always wondered about that very thing, about why we're so proportionately represented, you know, as here in this building, let alone, you know, so many other places in the country. And we are good talkers. There's no doubt about that. And we're good storytellers. And we're not good at everything, but we're good at that. And I think because, you know, I'm a first generation Canadian, right? Like my mom and dad weren't born in Canada. They were born in a different country, you know, and they were born, yet we were born in the same town. I mean, that's the reality of being a 56-year-old Newfoundlander. My mom and dad weren't born Canadian. You know, they were born to the, you know, to the Dominion of Newfoundland. And so we were and are, by sort of just by circumstance and definition, different. You know, we are. You know, and so there's a bunch of us, you know, like, as you mentioned, Mark and Tom here, and
Tom, I forgot Tom.
and
Sorry,
Alan,
Tom.
and everybody, and Dav, and everyone who's rolling around this building. You know, I think we are the first generation of people from Newfoundland, Labrador that are truly ingrained in Canada and loving it. You know, I mean, what a great spot to be. But I've always been grateful for to Canada in general for not only being interested in like Newfoundland folk music and our stories and songs, but celebrating it and giving us a place to sing it. You know, and not a lot of countries do that. You know, where something as odd as, you know, some fellow with a button accordion and a shanty now getting on national television. I can guarantee it's not happening in, you know, in every country in the world. So thank you all very much for looking after us all the time.
So there is new music coming out. I'm excited. An EP coming out in February.
Yeah.
Already dancing.
Yeah.
Nancy's already out as a single. So there you go. And a 42-date tour, which starts in the new year. You're barely getting home when you're heading out again.
Yeah, it's all coming together. And I've just released, believe it or not, my fourth book.
I wanted to talk about the Smiling Land, all around the circle. I love that. In Newfoundland and Labrador.
My pitch to the publisher was, follow me around Newfoundland and Labrador because I knows everything about Newfoundland and Labrador, and then watch me discover I don't know very much about it at all, apparently.
It came out Tuesday.
Yeah,
I'm
it just
excited
came
to
out,
see it.
and I just been chatting about it for a while, and it's me and my wife and our little fella driving around Newfoundland, discovering and rediscovering things, and had a great time doing that. And then back with the band right after Christmas, and off we go. What a lucky life, you know. It's great. It's been a good ride since Heather and I met, you know, in Halifax in 1931, and
we're looking remarkably good for our age. But
Heather was 6. No.
Tell me more about the book, though, because you're tour guide. So are these things that we're going to discover about Newfoundland that you knew and wanted to share with us? I mean, I'm going to soon have more time on my hands, so I need to know where to go.
Well, I'll get you a book for sure. It's really about me going around Newfoundland and asking the question, like, what is it? What is Newfoundland now? I've been, you know, going around Canada talking about Newfoundland for so many years, you know, and it's like, and I talked about the Newfoundland of my childhood a lot, but what is it like now? How have places redefined themselves in sort of the post-COD moratorium world, you know? And so I went to a bunch of the places that have the biggest success stories to tell, places like Fogo Island that keep reinventing themselves no matter what, you know, or, you know, places like Fairyland on the southern shore, or, you know, and places that have had these really important places in distant and recent history, like Gander, and just really as a kind of a reminder to me, and an education for our 19-year-old son now, but the place that he's from, and we had a great time doing it.
Fantastic. Speaking of home, Alan's getting to go home. You were just telling me in the commercial break, 6 o'clock your flight, and how long has it been since you've been home?
I've slept in my own bed 5 times since May 5th, so I'm really looking forward to going home tonight.
So you have to get going.
Yeah.
But could you just join me in thanking Alan Doyle, who's made so many of our shows special, and today especially show. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And again, that EP, the book already out, Alan Doyle, here on a special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live.
some of the teams I've worked with in some less than glamorous situations. I did notice Brett Ruskin, who's here. Brett Ruskin's in the audience. Mark Kelly's just arrived. I saw you earlier in a pack. Mark Kelly, of course, from the Fifth Estate, a longtime friend. Mark walked in here this morning and said, understated, go bigger, let's have more flowers. He said more cowbell. Linda Ward is here, and we're doing this morning live edition of Ask Me Anything. So here I am, ready to take your questions.
Well, you know, they're coming in from all across the country. I had to put my phone down a few minutes ago because we're just getting so many emails wishing you well. They're coming in from Newfoundland, Grand Falls, Windsor, London, your hometown. Even some early risers in Alberta writing in this morning as well. We know our viewership is very dedicated, and we have some fans who've made their way in who have some questions for you. So let's go first to Kathleen. You can come on up here. So tell us your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Kathleen. I'm from Hamilton. I came in on the GO bus this morning.
Fantastic. I worked in Hamilton for a period of time when I moved back from Montreal to Ontario, and I need a coffee mug about that size, actually. What would you like to know, Kathleen?
Well, that brings me to my question. What time do you have to go to bed at night? And after all these years of waking up so early, will you actually be able to sleep in?
I'm not sure. You know, I keep trying to ignore the growing body of research that tells you how bad chronic lack of sleep is for your health. I'm just putting it aside. Because, I mean, last night I think I was at 10:30. It's not uncommon for me to go to bed at 10:30 and I get up at 2:30. So I'm not getting a whole lot of sleep, to be honest. And we've been so busy with this wonderful farewell tour that I think we're getting less than, how many minutes are we getting, Katie Mason and Mark Ross and Jennifer and Genevieve? We're not getting a lot of sleep. I'm really fortunate, though. I inherited my father's energy. And also, you know, somebody, and I'll mention this, I think, later on, but on my post, my profile just says happily waking up at 2:30. I have happily wakened up at 2:30 because I know what work is out there. I know the team I'm going to be meeting. So there's not much sleep. I sleep whenever I can, but I'm happily approaching whatever I'm doing whenever I get up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can attest to that. I've had some emails from Heather very late at night going, shouldn't you be in bed? Okay, let's get Bridget up here.
Hi, Bridget.
Where are you from?
I'm from Toronto.
Hi, Bridget.
East York. And my question is, it's actually already been answered. You said you got your energy from your dad. But what I'd like to know is, how do you manage to be beautiful, happy?
Did you meet Stacy and Lana?
I just saw her.
Stacy and Lana, they should come. There they are. Come on out, ladies.
I saw
Lana
them.
does makeup. Stacy does my hair. Every morning, my best team and very good friends. And Linda's, they deserve commendation today. That's how I look good at 6 in the morning.
How do you stay, and the smile, the happiness, and being so clever every single day? I feel like you're a girlfriend.
Oh, exactly. Isn't that the nicest? Bridget, thank you so much. Well, I must say, it's been immensely gratifying to have people say that there's a particular connection, I think, with a morning audience that maybe isn't in other times of the day.
I only watch news in the morning.
Oh, thank you. You know, we wake up together. What's coming our way? What's changed overnight? And I think, I don't know what you feel, but I have felt that the COVID pandemic really kind of consolidated our relationship, galvanized our relationship, because there was so much changing and so much fear and uncertainty.
Yes.
And she's not here today, but Kelly, my floor director, we moved into this teeny tiny studio, but we were here every day. So the world was changing and nobody was there, but there I was every morning. And I think that was really when a relationship was really solidified in a really particular way. And I'm very grateful for that. And I'm grateful that you would say that.
I'm thankful to you again because it is my morning stretching time too. So I usually watch you lying on the floor.
I often get on a treadmill. That's always, I see you on the treadmill. So I usually say to people, I must look like this. Maybe this is how you're used to seeing me. Linda, that's fantastic. Shall we do some later? Okay, we'll take a pause.
Yes,
how about
and
that?
I'm going to walk around again.
Okay.
I'm hearing similar stories from so many people.
That's wonderful. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for coming today. We'll take a quick break and we'll continue here on CBC Morning Live.
Hi, Heather.
Hey, Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Hi there.
What are you at, Heather?
Hi, Heather, and greetings from beautiful Nova Scotia.
Hi, Heather. I'm Gary the Unicorn Frindle.
and mostly Heather Hiscox.
Heather, you've built a career that's truly remarkable.
You are curious and you are generous. One word I will say that comes to mind is trustworthy.
You are the best part of my morning.
I must tell you what a pleasure it's been to spend my mornings with you, to watch you work and see how good you are at what you do, and be such a role model for so many.
Canadians trust you, and the reason they trust you is you're not us. You're the real news.
With you at the helm, we always believed what we were getting was true and fair.
I've seen you do shows from every tiny little nook and cranny of this country. And I think when you go to places and you understand the people that live there, they trust you better because you trust them better. And I've always really appreciated that.
What you're getting on TV is exactly what you're getting in person.
You understand inherently what every single moment calls for. Canadians believe you, always have.
You have the prettiest hair in all of TV. It's true. I've seen it up close.
Heather, one of my enduring memories of you was back in 2008, this summer. We're on our way to Beijing, and the visual in my head is still you on the flight with this stack of binders and papers and notes. There's the old saying, plans are useless, but planning is everything. Nobody, Heather, was more prepared in their career than you.
We would like to thank you for all the stuff you've given us to parody over the years.
I'm glad you're leaving. About time is what I'm going to say.
You have been my constant companion on my stationary bike and my treadmill, and I'm going to miss you.
I've never worked with a more generous broadcaster and wonderful person.
I just want to say thanks. Thanks for always being kind to this little unicorn.
Congratulations on Heather, you're an inspiration.
We're all going to miss you. The country is a worse place without you in this job, but we're all very happy for you.
Come here, Heather. I'm going to miss you.
Congratulations. We love you, Heather.
Wow. Thank you so much. Jeff Marek did sports on our show. Alan Hocko, Premier Republic of Doyle on our show. I've had a hug from Gary. These are wonderful moments. Hi, Goldie Hyder. Give a wave in our audience. Mark and Dave, this is so fantastic. Thank you all for being here. Such wonderful memories. We're going to take another quick break, and then we're back on the celebration edition of CBC Morning Live.
Good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox. It is Thursday, November the 6th. Welcome to a special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live. We're hitting peak crowd here in the atrium of the Broadcast Center in Toronto. Good morning, everybody. So wonderful to see all of you here in person. Family, friends, colleagues, but of course viewers as well. Good morning to you at home, and thank you for sharing this moment with me. This is my 20th anniversary as morning show host, and this is my final broadcast at CBC News. So we're having a spectacular send-off. This hour, the Olympics, Jim Cuddy, and me. I'll explain. But even on this day, our focus remains on the news of the day. So let's begin. Here's what's making news right now. Floor crossing fallout. Conservative caucus members say they feel betrayed after Chris d'Entremont switched over to the Liberals.
Is disingenuous, disloyal, selfish, and opportunistic.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is hinting more opposition MPs may change sides. We'll show you how that could affect things for next week's federal budget vote. Washington is confident Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs will remain in place as the U.S. Supreme Court weighs the legality behind his global trade war.
The Solicitor General made a very powerful case for the need for the president to have the IEPA powers.
The court's ruling has the potential to upend Trump's trade policy, and it could force the U.S. to return billions of dollars in tariff revenue. An investigation into the deadly UPS plane crash at one of the world's busiest cargo hubs could hold up deliveries worldwide.
This investigation could slow down a lot of important products.
Crews say it will take time to determine the cause of the devastating crash in Louisville, Kentucky. The number of dead now 12. Prime Minister Mark Carney is still looking for 2 crucial votes to pass his fall budget next week. The Liberals edged closer to a majority yesterday as former Conservative MP Chris d'Entremont officially joined the Liberal caucus. But Conservatives are saying they're not worried other colleagues will cross the floor to follow.
Our team is united as a team and behind Pierre Poilievre, and speculating on hypotheticals that the Liberals want us to speculate on is a waste of time.
That is Conservative MP Scott Aitchison as he speaks last night to David Cochrane on power and politics. Chris d'Entremont says he left the Conservatives in part over the leadership style of Pierre Poilievre. He also says he believes Mark Carney's Liberals offer a better path forward for Canada and for his constituents in the Nova Scotia riding of Acadie-Annapolis. Reaction to the floor crossing in his riding, it's been mixed.
I'm kind of glad, Rita, that Chris took his time to think about things that he wanted and he felt that we wanted. So I'm glad that he decided to cross over.
I supported Chris in the last election under Pierre Poilievre's leadership, as did my wife. So yeah, we were both kind of upset to see it happen, honestly.
d'Entremont's move does not guarantee the Liberals any legislative wins, but the budget can also pass next week if some opposition members abstain from voting. If you're going to be flying perhaps into the United States tomorrow, you could be landing in backed up airports that are filled with frustrated travelers. The Trump administration is threatening to cut flights into dozens of major airports because of the government shutdown, which continues, and that has set off a potential chain reaction. Let's go to our Washington bureau and Willie Lowry, who has the latest details on this. Willie, good morning.
Good morning, Heather, and I hope you're not kicking off retirement by traveling to or through the U.S. Starting tomorrow, air travel here will get a lot more complicated. Now, that's because the Federal Aviation Administration says it needs to reduce flight traffic by 10% at 40 of the country's busiest airports. Now, the government shutdown has now dragged on to a 37th day. Air traffic controllers, already in short supply, have not been paid since mid-October, and come next week, if nothing changes, they will miss a second paycheck in a row. Now, these controllers have been forced to work without pay during the shutdown, but as this period extends now to historic lengths, the Department of Transportation is looking for ways to reduce pressure on them.
I anticipate there will be additional disruptions. There will be frustration.
We are working with the airlines. They're going to work with passengers. But in the end, our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible.
Yeah, I'll just wrap it. It's really hard to predict the precise number that are going to be affected here, Heather, but it is likely going to be fairly significant. Starting tomorrow, it will be a 4% reduction, but by next week, it will likely be up to 10%.
So in terms of impact, Willie, how big could this get?
Well, it's as I said, it's really, really hard to say. The FAA says it's going to ratchet up to about 10% by next week, but if the shutdown ends, it's going to be a moot point, and there is finally movement. Senate Republicans are working on a plan. They've spoken with colleagues across the aisle. So for the first time in more than a month, there seems to be perhaps a daylight, but again, a lot to still be determined.
Willie, thank you for this morning, for all the mornings we've shared, and again, continued success there in the Washington Bureau. Willie Lowry is in the nation's capital in the United States today. And here's what else you should know on this Thursday morning. A Canadian steel tycoon is offering a $1,000 reward for tips about non-Canadian steel being used in public projects. A Demand Canadian Steel site will be set up where people can submit pictures and details. And one of the line items included in the budget this week is that Canada would explore entering the Eurovision Song Contest. We've talked about that a lot on Morning Live. Government sources say Prime Minister Mark Carney is personally involved in the push, but experts say there are considerable hurdles for Canada to participate. Another quick break coming up as we show you some scenes from inside the atrium here in the Broadcast Centre in Toronto. I could have my own political panel, actually. We're talking politics. Chris Hall is here, and Rob Russo and Keith Bogue. Oh, my goodness. All of my great colleagues from the past. Thank you for coming. Steve Futterman's here. But we're going to talk Olympics in a moment. Gold medal moments from the 10 Olympics I covered for CBC. We'll look back and ahead to Milano Cortina. You're watching this special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live. Got a beautiful note from Scott Russell just last night. Oh, the Olympics. If I had one career goal, it was to cover an Olympic Games. I'd grown up watching them all. My sisters and I, Sarajevo, Calgary, Barcelona, Lillehammer, we were glued to the television. So what a thrill it was to be assigned to Athens in 2004 and then to do 9 Olympics after that. I've been able to witness some incredible athletic performances and to share with our morning audience the excitement of competition, the pride of national achievement, and the human stories behind every medal. I'm sorry to be missing out on Milano Cortina because I know we'll see again in just a few short months how sport can unite us, inspire us, as few things can. Let's relive some of the best Olympic moments from the past 20 years.
And Alexiak has the gold medal! DeGrasse at the line, he's got the gold medal! Let's go!
Tessa Virtue and Scott Moyer!
The golden goal!
She has won the Olympic gold medal.
Yes! The party in the piazza is on. Good morning, I'm Heather Hiscox in London for the game. From Champions Park in Paris, Athens, Bardenechia, Beijing, Sochi, during the Rio Olympics. Hang on, it's gonna be a fun ride. And look who's with me here. Hello, Penny, it's so great to see you again. These things are heavy.
They're pretty heavy. I feel
really
like I'm
are,
slouching a lot just because of that.
First Canadian woman ever to win a medal, any medal, in the hammer throw, and there you are with the gold. You better be applauding, Dad. Making history. Thank you so
Merci.
much. Merci à vous. Now, if you want to know who of our team here in Beijing had the most fun, you're looking at her. Peter, please don't take this the wrong way, but I barely recognize you with your clothes on. These aren't your grandparents' Olympics anymore. Show it off. Ta-da! Ta-da! The first one for Canada. Yes. It's been a pleasure, as always, to have you here.
Great to sit in this chair beside you, guys.
Justine Dufour-Lapointe, silver medalist, representing Canada.
The gates of heaven parted, and you just took advantage of it.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy. Back and forth, the ref getting involved.
Yes.
What was happening there?
It gets spicy out there when you really want it.
First place, an Olympic champion representing Canada.
Mark Tewksbury is with us here in Rio. I keep borrowing him.
Which I'm happy about.
Everyone's pulling for you to be able to do your best at the time. So you process that, and when you walk into that closing ceremony, you walk in proud.
Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. We'll take a break.
There's the whole family.
From curling greats to curling legends.
Yeah! It's Kenny Humphreys with the gold medal by a 10.
Alex Bilodeau has done it! He has done it! Gold medal!
Opening ceremonies are tightly scripted formal affairs. Closing ceremonies are basically parties to celebrate and send off. It's been wonderful to watch and share in many of those experiences with you.
Hi, Heather. It's your old pal, Scott Russell here.
Hey, Heather. It's Peter Dufour from the Olympics, your favorite Olympian.
Heather, I just want to say congratulations on an absolutely incredible career. Hey Heather, it's Haley here, and I just want to congratulate you on an amazing career.
We both have a love for the Olympic Games, the greatest spectacle on the face of the earth.
You really set the standard of what an interview should be and what an interviewer should be like.
You're a pro, you're prepared, and you're always doing it with a smile.
As far as I'm concerned, Heather, you're the best.
That was Paris. Oh, Scott, thank you. Haley, thank you. Peta, I can't even, and again, no clothes. What's going on here? Anyway, some of my lasting memories of Olympics past. In just 92 days, you can go to the countdown clock. Canada's athletes will be creating many new Olympic memories, and two of the people who will be bringing those stories to Canadians are with me this morning. I couldn't be happier. Ron MacLean, of course, the host of Hockey Night in Canada, but also one of CBC's great Olympic hosts. I thought 10 was pretty good. Milano Cortina will be your 12th. Am I right in that? Yeah. 12th in that incredible. He's going to be hosting Olympic Winter Games morning with Perdita Felicien. And look who's with us all the way at 5 o'clock in the morning from Lake Tahoe, where he's hosting the latest Grand Slam of curling. This is Devin Haru. And Devin, of course, his stories, his heart, his sports storytelling, it's second to none, and he's become a super good friend. So would you please welcome Devin and Ron? I'm so delighted to have you both here.
Same, Heather. Congrats on the morning. Amazing show. Hey, Devin.
Hi.
Good
Devin,
morning, Heather.
Good morning.
Ron. Yes, listen, I don't get up for many people at this time, Heather. You are a champion in every sense, so I wouldn't miss this. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Devin. I'm going to come to you in just a second. I want to talk to Ron because we were just in Owen Sound, my hometown, of course. We took our cross-country tour there, and everybody's showing me pictures and saying, oh, Ron McLean was here for Hockey Day in Canada. They just loved you there. It was such a proud moment for the community, and they really remember it fondly.
Well, that was the one time, Heather, I had control. I got to ask you the questions. When I would come in to be interviewed by you for the morning show, I would always look over here at your notes. I was amazed, you know, Countess of Convection is what Chris called her, but Queen of Prep for sure. And I would look at your notes and I'd look at the highlighter to see where, you know, because the scope of what you were dealing with, from the gravitas, the heaviness of one story to the lightness of the next, it was a miracle to watch you navigate all that for 20 years. And I'll tell you, Devin, one little quick joke. And Carrie, I forgot my phone at home, so you can't tell me not to tell this joke.
Carrie's Ron's wife, watching in Oakville. Okay, good morning, Carrie.
So there's a person has a really important job interview, and they've got to go into the downtown for a 10 a.m. And as they drive in, there's construction, and they're delayed about 15, 20 minutes on the drive. And so they get downtown, let's say Owen Sound, and there's no parking spaces, no meters, no lots, nothing. And they're driving around the office tower, and time is crunching, and finally they're desperate, so they pray, "Dear Lord, if you would just have a parking spot become available, I will stop drinking on weekdays, and I won't swear ever again." And just as they're about to do the cross to finish up, they notice a spot. And they look back up and said, "Never mind, I found one." Which is, you know, Devin, when I think of Heather, I think of one thing. Who did you park next to for 3/4 of the run? Yes,
you and
we had
I,
spots
down in the basement.
Garage.
It was fantastic. Okay, Dev, we're going to show some pictures because my connection to you goes back to the 2018 Winter Games in Pyeongchang in South Korea. I was outside the curling venue, and I was desperate to talk to Jennifer Jones. And there was Devin, very kind, you know, with a deep Rolodex. Everybody, you know, Devin is curling. And sure enough, you helped find Jennifer, helped me with the story, and we have been pals ever since.
And listen to this in this beautiful way that sport provides, a full circle moment, because guess who I found here in Lake Tahoe late last night? The one and only Jennifer Jones, who sends her congratulations. Mike Harris, our 1998 Olympic silver medalist as well. They all send their congratulations. And Heather, 2018 was magical, of course, because we were outside the Gagnon Curling Center that historic night when John Morris and Caitlin Laws won gold in mixed doubles for Canada. And get this, John Morris has come out of retirement. He's here curling with the legend Wayne Madaw at the Grand Slam of Curling. They're all sending their congratulations, and Caitlin Laws is here as well. So the gang's all here. It is a party in Tahoe. We are celebrating you, Heather, in the way that curling does. Full circle, the Roaring Games celebrating you.
So beautiful, Devin. Thank you. He's as encyclopedic as you are.
No,
you are both
Devin,
very
you truly
detailed.
Are nomad. By the way, Jennifer Jones, one of my favorite stories, Devin will know, when she won at Sochi, as she would cross the hog line, she would look at the Olympic rings, because those are very intimidating to the athlete. Alex Despatie said he always tried to say it's just another event, and then he'd see the bloody rings, and the pressure would start to mount.
Realize.
She went over the rings and said, "I'm going to do this for my daughter." And I always loved that story.
That
we
motivated
did
her.
hockey.
You're already, you're already getting ready because, as I mentioned, hosting mornings from Milano Cortina, NHL hockey players are back in the Olympics, and you are back in a leading role as host. What do you think it's going to be like in the Pal Italia?
Well, first of all, with Perdita Felicien, who your first is Athens. That's 2004 is when Perdita was the two-time world champion at indoor-outdoor. And she was so gracious when she had a hit a hurdle on the first hurdle. And she said, there was an axis drawn through my life. Everything was before the fall and everything after. And she was incredible then, incredible now. Anastasia Busis is just over here. I've been picking
Signa
her brain.
Butler, I'm seeing back there. A lot of the Olympic team is here, Ron.
Yeah. So I'm really looking forward. Right now, we have 6 of the top 10 in the NHL in scoring are Canadians. So the men are okay, and the women will always be okay with Marie-Philippe Poulin.
As we just saw Haley there, of course. Devin, your storytelling, it's just extraordinary. Such humanity, the unique voice that you've developed. What are you going to be doing during the Olympics? And give us a little primer of who should be, names we should be listening for, Dev.
Listen, there is a short track superstar for Canada whom I'm thrilled about, excited about, Heather, Ron. Everyone should get to know the name. William Danjanu. He's an absolute star. We know that we're used to seeing sort of pocket rockets on the ice in the chaos that is short track speed skating. He's about 6'2", 6'3". He towers over the rest of the competition. Marc Gagnon, the great speed skater for Canada, Salt Lake City, he's coaching that team. The short track team is looking to make history. I'll be watching that. I'll be tracking the figure skating, tracking the curling as well. We know how important the roaring game is to Canadians. Heather, a quick note that I want to make a point of. We saw in that montage the great hammer thrower, Cameron Rogers. I was with her recently in Tokyo when she won a world championship. She was running around the mix zone, and Ron and Heather, you know how chaotic those mix zones are. I said, can you stick around for Heather? She wants to talk to you. Cameron lit right up in the same way that thousands of athletes have lit up over the years, Heather. She couldn't wait to talk to you. You have been so curious about the journey of athletes. Sport at its best unites. You've always understood that. It brings communities together. You understood that like nobody else. We'll miss you in Milano. It's going to be a show, but I wanted to make sure you knew that. You are so loved by athletes far and wide, and all of us, Heather.
Devin, thank you so much.
And Devin, we have a sweater, right? I know we're running out of time.
No,
By the way,
that's
Jim
all right.
Cuddy's coming next. Like Alan Doyle, as great as he is a singer, a writer, I think of with Jim and Alan, and you are Jonathan Swift. If I was to pick one, when you spoke at Western, you talked about fortitude and altitude and gratitude. I always think of Jonathan Swift, who said, a proper word in its proper place is the true measure of style. And that's Heather Hiscox. But this is style too. This is our CBC hockey sweater for you, Heather, for 20 years.
This is fantastic.
And Devin, I also have
I'm getting gifts here, Devin.
For you and Martin, I have Hockey Night in Canada t-shirts.
Oh, excellent.
And this was going to be for you, but why don't you give it to Prince Harry so he'll know which country
to
North America is in the Commonwealth. It's just a joke.
No, just a joke. Devin, I confess, not just a twinge, major regret that I won't be able to join you in covering either in Toronto or in Milano Cortina, but I'll be watching, I'll be cheering. You are extraordinary, and you'll be bringing such special moments to Canadians in, as I said, 92 short days. Thank you so much, Devin and Ron, for being with me today.
Congrats, Heather.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Stay put, because we're going to get a gold medal forecast, aren't we, Chris? Come on now.
Well, I think
Own the podium, Chris.
It's only fitting I'm on after Devin Haru and Ron McLean, because who knows something about ice? We have freezing rain warnings now for Lloydminster and Grand Prairie, so little slick out there this morning. We'll start in the west and we'll work our way eastwards. We've got a pretty significant, back-to-back storms hitting British Columbia. And see that blue and that pink there? Lloydminster, Grand Prairie, Wainwright. So these areas, slippery conditions. That's all part of a clipper that will bring snow to the prairies and potentially southern Ontario by Sunday. So your morning, 1 degree in Calgary, 0 in Edmonton, and look, Edmonton, you're only going to 1 degree. That's it. Medicine Hat, 15. So 2 different seasons. That's all to do with wind direction. All right, heavy rain. And not only the rain on Vancouver Island, but we got coastal flooding issues because it's exceptionally high tide. We got battering winds, big winds, high tide, big trouble. All right, there's your snowfall both for the BC interior, for the mountain passes, and across the prairies. So there's a clipper moving one. There's your second one. Now, the key thing here about clippers, they're fast-moving storms. They bring a bit of snow, they bring the wind, and they drop the temperatures. So that's going to be important for the Great Lakes because today, well, not cold enough for snow. There'll be some breaks here. By the way, 5 p.m. Friday, the last sunset before 5 p.m. in Toronto. Boo. I know. All right, so here we go. We've got rain moving from the Maritimes and wind into Newfoundland tonight. There's your snow in northern Ontario. That's the northern Clipper. There's the showers for Friday, into Quebec. And then this is that southern Clipper, which could bring snow to parts of Ontario. We'll be north of the 401, most certainly. South of the 401, give us a couple of days, we'll work out the kinks. But one thing we're going to notice is the drop in temperatures. It is the real November is going to start standing up. Now look at Calgary. That's a pretty good deal. But Toronto getting back down to some single digits. And when you get to 3 degrees during the day, you know the night gets cool enough and some of that rain could turn to snow. Heather.
Chris, thank you. And we're coming back. Let's take a look at everybody here. Boy, we are filling the atrium today. It's just it's the most beautiful sight. Viewers and friends, family, colleagues, I thank you so much for coming. We're taking a great break and back with a celebration edition of CBC Morning Live. We're back here in the atrium. My family joining in. Just talking with Ron and Devin. Well, there's an Olympic connection to my next guest, too. There I was in 2008 in Beijing in the Olympic Superstore buying gifts for everyone at home. And I looked up and there was Jim Cuddy. And Jennifer Harwood, who's one of my bosses, remembers that moment, and Andrew Ferguson, because we were all doing the show. Jim Cuddy. At the time, he was very involved with the Canadian Olympic Foundation, and he was there to cheer on Team Canada. So I mustered up the courage to say hello, because this was Jim Cuddy, after all, one of Canada's best and most successful musicians ever. He was lovely. He agreed to do an interview with me, and we have done many interviews together since, in Olympic cities and elsewhere. This morning, Jim Cuddy is in Moncton. Good morning, Jim Cuddy. Say hi to everybody here in the atrium here in Toronto.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Jim. I am so appreciative. We couldn't have a special show without you being part of it, because we've shared so many moments and memories over the years. I'm just so delighted. As I said, here you are, one of the biggest names in music in this country still, and you always accept my emails and you always accept my invitations. I appreciate that.
Oh, come on. I'm honored to be on your last show. Really, this is fantastic. Listen, I know that you've been overwhelmed with compliments all day, but you truly are great at your job. I don't know what you're going to do post-career, but I can't even imagine what it's going to be like to not have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
You're right. It's a good point. I don't know why I'm stopping at 20 years, though, because you're in Moncton with 40 years. Jim is in Moncton tomorrow, a show with Blue Rodeo for the Lost Together 40th anniversary tour. That's just extraordinary. Jim, how is it going so far?
It's been amazing. We have been beautiful concerts. We've been across the country. Beautiful time of year. We generally tour in the winter, so touring in the fall has been really nice. Yeah, 40 years. Heather, you're just a baby. 20 years. You got 20 more to catch up.
Why am I stopping?
Come on.
But you know what? I've been doing a lot of reflecting at the 20-year part, of course, with the end in sight, and then looking back and thinking back, and very much appreciative in terms of so many moments. But I'm wondering, for you, at 40 years do you ever stop and think and reflect? And if so, what do you reflect on?
There's a lot to reflect on, and I think that all of us in the band are getting a little bit mushy about the loyalty of our audience. I don't know if anybody's seen the documentary, but if you have, there's a point in which Glenn, our drummer, is talking about how he can't believe he look out in the audience and people are singing along after all this time, and he tears up. And as we're getting older and tears come more easily, I think just the overall gratitude of having an audience for 40 years. I mean, you must feel that too, having an audience, a solid audience, listening to you, interview people, your opinions for 20 years. It's something that can only inspire gratitude. You don't feel responsible, you just feel grateful.
That's so true, and exactly the sentiment that I've been expressing, the overwhelming emotion that I've had as I've had emails and letters and cards and posts from viewers. It's been extraordinary and so gratifying to have that. And I think we shared that part of the road, you know, that kind of the road where our country, where we work, is so very important to us. I was checking out your Instagram account the other day, and you were walking and musing about the Toronto Blue Jays. And even though they lost in Game 7 of the World Series, which was so painful, we're not even over it, are we, Jim? But you were talking about that moment of unifying the country, and that was something that was important to you. I mean, is that something that you think we should be talking about now, things that bring us together as Canadians?
Well, I think, sure. I mean, I think that with the conflict we're having with the United States, I think we realize that we are much more alike to each other than we are to our neighbors to the south. And so, yeah, the Blue Jays were a beautiful ride at the right time. That people needed a bit of uplifting, and I don't think anybody regrets having gone on that 2-month ride. It was crushing to see them lose, but I think more for us, we feel for them that they came so close, but they gave us a ride like incredible. And of course, we were touring all during that time, so I mean, you go into any store, somebody that clearly was uninterested in the Blue Jays 2 months prior, and they go Jays. So it was truly a fantastic time.
It was fantastic. Yeah. I wonder, I was going to ask what's making you feel optimistic these days. I mean, that was such an extraordinary moment. Is this the year for your beloved Maple Leafs, Jim? Could it possibly be?
Why did you have to bring that up? I think that, sports as you get older is a reflection. I mean, I look at all these young men and I feel for them. I feel how critical people are of them. And I hope the Maple Leafs do well because I want those young men to have a better summer than they've had in the last number of years. So, but I don't know. It's too soon to judge that, Heather. Too soon.
Too soon. That's true. Matthews had a good shot last night. We were watching and cheering. So hope springs eternal. Listen, talk a little bit about life on the road, if you would, for me. I'm thinking you talked about the audiences when you look out and are really appreciative that they're still there and they're still knowing your songs. I mean, Outskirts came out in 1987. You're going to be having multi-generational fans in those audiences, people who were certainly not alive in 1987 when you were first making music. What's that experience like?
It's an amazing experience to look out and realize that people discover us, probably living in households where their parents played the music and that they like it and that they want to come out or they make a habit of it. But last night we played in Sydney, Cape Breton, and it's a small theater, the Savoy. We love playing there. And there was a woman up there at the front, and she was older. I mean, she was older. She was probably my age, and she. Everybody stands at the end, and I often give a pick to somebody I was inspired by during the show, and I walked up. She was on a cane, and when she went to get the pick, she could actually stand, or somebody had to hold her. And I thought, that is the joy of music. Oh, that's the joy of art. That this woman had probably struggled to get to the front row and struggled to stand up, but still had such a huge smile on her face. That lasts for a long time, Heather. That the resonance of that is still with me now, and that's the next day. So.
But listen, that is the power of art. It speaks to the enduring nature of how your fans feel about you and Greg and the band and, of course, all of Blue Rodeo for these many decades. I wish you many more on the road and fantastic music making. Jim, thank you. I'll make sure that people know where they can see you on this Lost Together 40th anniversary tour. Thank you, as I thanked you so many times before, for gracing our program. It's always a pleasure.
Well, thank you for all the opportunities you've given me to come on your program. Congratulations to you. You've honed such an amazing skill. And I look forward to seeing you sometime in your post-career life and see what you're doing.
I'll be in the audience. I'll be in the audience looking for that pick. Okay. Jim Cuddy, thank you so much. In Moncton. And let me just tell you that Lost Together 40-year tour is in Moncton tomorrow night, then Halifax, then St. John this weekend. Then it returns to Ontario, and maybe I will be in the audience. Hamilton and London are the first dates in Ontario. All the details are online. We're here in the atrium of the Broadcast Centre in Toronto. This is a special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live.
Are you?
No, it's all yours.
Are you having fun?
No. No.
How great is this?
This is the most incredible. I'm just so delighted that so many people have come and have stayed. It's such a wonderful celebration.
Just looking back on all the stories that you've covered, you know, we've been seeing the sports, the politics, the major world news, landmark Canadian moments in history. And a lot of those moments have required a bit of extra perspective, which you always bring, and some humor as well. And our next guest has captured many of these same moments in a different way. We told you there were going to be surprises.
Yes, I'm kind of bracing.
A pen, a sharp wit, and a keen sense of this country. Please welcome Terry Mosier from Aislinn.
Where?
Terry, come on up.
Terry! Oh. He's been on our program so often. The great editorial cartoonist for the Gazette. Wah, wah. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Are you bumping Linda off? Come on in so Linda can sit too. What's happening?
Well,
this
listen.
is a delightful. Well, you know what I should say? My picture is on some of the coffee cups. And it was your sketch. I thought, what's going on here?
Listen, first of all.
Yes.
A message to Toronto. I come from Montreal. And I did a cartoon the other day for the Gazette when your team lost. And it went viral. It was phenomenal. We got a gazillion hits on it. I think they have it behind me.
I hope so. I was,
oh.
And that was from Montreal Expos land. That says a lot.
Montrealers were on board. It was amazing. But the one I drew, if they had won, I'll save it for next year.
Okay. Hey, Shane Bieber re-signed. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
So I'm a cartoonist for the Gazette. I've been doing Heather 20 years, Blue Rodeo 40 years, Aislinn 60 years.
Amazing. Yeah. Amazing.
Well, it's easy. I just sit there and do silly drawings and they give me good money. It's fun. Speaking of, on the editorial page of the Gazette today, is this cartoon of a retiring broadcaster. I think they've got it. And tomorrow's major Canadian news item will be that I, after 20 years, get to sleep in.
Really? Oh, Terry. Oh. Thank you so much. You know, merci mille fois. So in my home office, I have every cartoon that you've ever drawn of me, which is several over the years.
At the bottom, I say in French,
merci mille fois.
Merci mille fois, Heather. Mille fois. Yeah, I figured that I've watched you 1,000 times because you were in Montreal before,
almost
for
a
long
decade.
before. Did a great job there, and that's when I started following. And it's very important for me as a cartoonist to get the news early and often. But also, radio is good, but I need visuals, and the CBC film crew is as good as anybody. So I watch Heather when I can every morning because I'm looking for a cartoon idea. I just need that cartoon. Then I have breakfast once I have the idea. Then I draw the cartoon. It's pretty simple.
I'm your inspo? I'm your inspo. I'm your inspiration.
Yeah. Often.
You know, there are many of my Montreal friends who are here today who've come in from Montreal. We worked with your daughter, who is Aislinn. Have wonderful memories of those years in the Montreal newsrooms.
It was a great, great time. So,
really. Thank you. That's so kind.
Okay.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
I think
the last time we did this was in a cold, freezing tent outside of the Radio Canada building. Do you remember that?
I do.
They wouldn't even give you a heater, and we're both wearing jackets.
I know. They're making up for it today. How's this for a studio? Isn't it nice? It's very nice. But we've talked so many times when I've come to town about, you know, often the historic events, because I was there 30 years ago for the referendum in '95. We talked about political events. We've been there for times when we've lost great Canadian hockey players, Guy Lafleur and Jean Béliveau, and I've talked to you as part of our special broadcast there.
It is still, Montreal has had its tough times, but it's still the most interesting town politically in North America because you just don't know what's coming down the track. It's quite wonderful. And by the way, if I may plug, I've got a book coming out in March.
What number is this?
Yeah, it's my 56th book.
Incredible.
56. And it's a history of the Montreal Olympics. and all that went with it. So
Because next year, 76 to
It's the
2020 is the
50th
50th
anniversary,
anniversary. Well, that's
yeah.
perfect.
Okay,
That's
good.
interesting. And I was thinking when you say politically, PQ is really surging in Quebec. There's talk of a referendum if they get into power in the first year.
You've got to love the place.
I know.
65% of the people don't want a referendum, and here's the PQ who's going to win who want a referendum. So they just make it so effing easy for them.
Don't have my show taken off the air on my last broadcast, Terry. Thank you so
Okay,
much,
Heather.
Terry.
So good to
thank
see
you,
you. All right.
Aislinn.
Nice to see you.
Check. This is an honor.
Are you going to
and-
write a book?
Well, not tomorrow, but maybe. Not my story. Not my story.
No, write your story and I'll illustrate it.
Okay. Oh, you heard it here
that's a
first.
promise.
I've got an illustrator. Linda, thank you for that. Terry,
Quite
thank you
welcome.
for that.
All
This
right.
is going to be a treasured addition to the Aislinn wall.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Terry Mosher. Surprises. Wonderful, wonderful surprises. Thank you so very much. Okay, so there's a bit of a long story, but it's largely unknown story behind my next two guests. Years ago, when I was a correspondent for The National before Morning Live, I did a feature report on astronaut Steve McLean. He was preparing for his second mission, during which he became the first Canadian to operate the Canadarm2 on the International Space Station, and he became the second Canadian after Chris Hadfield to perform a spacewalk. His mission was a success, my story was a success, and we became friends. A couple of years later, Steve McLean became the president of the Canadian Space Agency and launched a recruitment drive for 2 new astronauts. Now, astronauts don't just represent Canada in space, they also inspire people on Earth, especially young people. So Steve brought me in to assess all of the finalists' communication skills, which counted a lot toward their overall score. I conducted one-on-one interviews with them in English and French, ran mock scrums, assessed them in a classroom presentation setting. It was one of the absolute best non-broadcast experiences of my career. Guess whose names I put forward to the selection committee at the end of that? Jeremy Hansen and David Saint-Jacques. And with me this morning, Steve McLean and David Saint-Jacques from Montreal. And this is such a thrill to have you both with us again. Heroes. They're loving you here in the atrium, gentlemen. Good morning, David. Good morning, Steve. David, do you remember that? Do you remember any of the process and our interaction? What are your memories?
Bonjour, Heather. I remember fear.
You remember fear.
The way it was presented to the candidates, it was like, okay, now we need to assess how you can speak in public, and there were many, many different ways to assess this. But I remember most vividly the long one-on-one interview with you. I didn't know what to expect. And then I realized, whoa, if I'm not careful, she can make me say things that I would rather not say. So I realized this was a test of how I can control the message, perhaps, or at least, not fall into the trap of the traps that an excellent reporter can set for you. So, but I warmed up because obviously that is your talent. You get people at ease, and it becomes a conversation heart to heart. So,
well,
thank you for all the great coverage you've done for the space program. We can't do this. We can't spread the news without people like you.
It's been my honor to know both of you, and of course all of the other Canadian astronauts over the years. I've spoken to each of them many, many times. But you did so well then, and of course you've done so well still. An outstanding astronaut, 6.5 months in space back in 2018-19. We'll talk a little bit more about what you're doing now. But Steve, as you listened to that, you remember, it was so exciting. I think there were 28 finalists, and you were like, what did you think, Heather? And I felt like we did a really good job with David and, of course, Jeremy, who's about to be part of Artemis 2.
Well, it really was an interesting time because it was exciting. I had just finished some negotiations with NASA and knew that one of these 2 individuals we selected might be going out to the moon or maybe even landing on the moon. And I can remember sharing a coffee with you afterwards and talking about how we had to keep that secret. But this is what we're doing. And that, I mean, you were serious to begin with. I was so impressed. You spent an entire week with us. It was heavy going there during that time frame, interviewing all those all those individuals through the different processes that we had with respect to media education and advocacy. And yeah, to think that we were selecting the guys that would go to the moon way back then, because it takes so long to train them and prepare them and get them ready. And now Jeremy's going out to the moon sometime between February and April next year. And so the dream we had about that being realized is now coming true, and I think it's great.
I'm not sure you told me the stakes were that high. I mean, I knew they were important, but I'm not sure there was a lunar mission at the end of that. And David, you are Deputy Director of the Lunar Exploration Program at the Canadian Space Agency, so you've been integral in helping define Canada's contributions, what it's like to be at the center of this major moment for Canada, but also to see your teammate Jeremy about to head off to go around the moon, the first Canadian to do so.
It's so exciting, and Jeremy is obviously the man for the mission, the man of the day. He's going to carry all of our dreams with him, and he's going to bring us back this perspective that you know, we've only seen in books and movies, most of us. So this is really an incredible moment for incredible period for the Canadian Space Program. We're kind of coming at the end of the long wave of the series of Canadarm1 on the Space Shuttle, Canadarm2 on the space station. Now we're building Canadarm3 for the Lunar Gateway. Now we're entering the world of Artemis. I, like you, Steve, and Heather, we're kids of the Apollo generation. We were inspired by Apollo. Today's kids, my kids, our kids, they're going to be the Artemis generation. It's those missions are going to inspire them. And Canada is right in there. We're not going to be just witnesses. We're part of it. So at CSA, obviously, we're ramping up, transitioning to that. That's why we set up this Lunar Exploration Program, where we're trying to define what is actually going to be Canada's role into this next state of phase of space exploration.
What are your thoughts on this, Steve? I mean, you're into the private sector now with things like quantum physics and research, incredibly heady things, but obviously very connected to the space community still. What do you think this moment represents for Canada, and what it's going to be like in this country next spring when Jeremy does go into space?
You know, when I was selected, I didn't realize the impact that Canada had. I didn't realize that Canada was a major player. Like in Apollo, for example, the leadership of Apollo was 50% Canadian at that time. And I think that that's what it does for us. It's going to show our country, and it's going to show the world that Canada indeed is a major player when it comes to space. We have niche technologies that help us get there. We have a capability that permits us to show that we deserve to be at the table. And it's a tribute not just to Jeremy and not just to the Canadian Space Agency, but to all Canadians that have contributed to everything that's been required to get us to where we can participate like this. And I think it's a proud moment. To me, it's like winning the World Series.
That hurts here, Stan. That hurts a little here. David mentioned the perspective that Jeremy's going to have. He'll be the first Canadian to have that. But both of you have had the rarest of views, and that is you've been able to look from space at Earth. And Steve, I remember you're telling me about this years ago, how you can put your thumb over top of the planet and there are no borders, there are no wars. It's all one. It is connected, it is beautiful, it is unified. And boy, that's a message that resonates today, isn't it, Steve? I think about that often, what you told me about what you were reflecting upon as you were looking at Earth from that vantage point.
Yeah, it's the same. When you stand on the Earth and look at the moon, you can cover the moon with your thumb. So when Jeremy goes out to the moon and is coming around from the backside of the moon, if he puts his thumb out, he'll be able to cover the entire Earth. And from space, where David and I were, when you do that, you can you realize, for example, the Middle East, which is a hot spot and with all their issues, and you realize that you can block that out with a little thumb, and that all the issues come from such a small place in the world. And yet, at the same time, you can look at the Earth, and it can appear to be the way it was 10 million years ago, and perhaps how it might be 10 million years from now, depending on what you look at. So it gives you pause for reflection, where you have this. I think when you fly in space, the most important thing that I felt was you have this tremendous sense of hope for the Earth. The space station is an icon, for example, with all countries participating. we have lots of difficulties on the Earth right now, but when you travel in space, you do get this sense of hope, and we need to look after the Earth so that we're in good shape in the future.
It's such a beautiful message to continue. I would love to continue. I'm a little bit out of time, though. David, I'm very sorry. Steve, thank you for that. But David, I think your interviewing skills, they're still impeccable. I would still choose you today. I want you to know that. We'll look forward for future missions, I hope, for you. Thank you, David Saint-Jacques. Thank you, Steve McLean. It's just so wonderful to be able to connect with you both again. And they're so appreciative here in the atrium here in Toronto. Godspeed next year for Canada and Artemis 2. Linda, over to you.
Well, how exciting was that? And there's not much that gets Heather more excited than a really good space story. And that enthusiasm has been so infectious, especially when it comes to Canadians in space. And it's inspired a lot of young people. We have another surprise for you, your favorite young space fans, Alfie Chan and Theron De Silva.
Alfie and Theron.
They have a special message for you.
Hi, boys.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I'm very thankful for you having us here to celebrate this moment with you. And I think, like, by giving us a platform to speak about our passion of space and science, you've not only inspired us, but inspired many of the viewers to pursue their passion. And I think that's a really nice thing. And I just wish you the best. And we're going to miss you.
Hi, Heather. I know it's been a while. It's been 5 years since you did our first interview. I just want to say congratulations, for giving us all this time. You taught us, both me and Farin, that space just isn't just about, curiosity. It's more about what unites us together as a whole. And you've always made science more of a passion for us and more of everything and overall. So yeah, I just want to thank you for everything you've done for us. And, congratulations.
Thank you. Is there any wonder why these were among my favorite guests? Alfie, Theron, thank you so much. And you're watching CBC Morning Live. Thank you, guys.
Great job. Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you for coming, Adrian Arsenault. Going to be on the National tonight, our chief correspondent. Thank you to everybody here. Good morning. I'm Heather Hiscox. It's Thursday, November the 6th. This is a special celebration edition of CBC Morning Live, and it's actually the last hour of our time together here in the atrium of the Broadcast Center in Toronto. Once again, would you welcome my live audience? This has been fantastic to share this moment with you. Family and friends and colleagues and, of course, viewers. It's just been extraordinary. So thank you for sharing this moment with me. This is today exactly my 20th anniversary as morning show host, and this is my final broadcast at CBC News. So we're going to raise the roof of the Broadcast Center this hour way up there with our grand finale. We have incredible musical guests coming up. They just opened for Elton John, and they're here today to perform for you. I'm going to bring that up a little bit later on in the hour, but I want to begin this hour with some of the breaking news. May this be the last time I get to say that. And in introducing that, a quick anecdote. I was once in a restaurant and a woman, a perfect stranger, passed by. She recognized me. She stopped, spun around, came right up to me. My husband will vouch for this. And she said, "Heather, I trust you." With that intensity. 4 words. That was it. But that was the greatest compliment she ever could have paid. I've worked all my career to inspire a level of trust. And as I leave Morning Live, my most important consideration is that my successor be someone who can do the same. I'm delighted to share with you this morning that I believe that will be the case. I get to deliver one more breaking news headline because I'd like you to welcome the next host of CBC Morning Live, David Common.
You wouldn't have been able to, Cliff, but I wanted to get new Ron Whites. How are you?
Well, I am
And if you want for the tour, either the running shoe or the...
Someone is talking to me, but I don't think that's what I'm supposed to be hearing. I'm supposed to be saying, I'm fine. But mostly, I am delighted. I'm delighted. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. I'm very excited, especially if all this comes with the job. It's amazing.
This is your standard. This is the new normal moving forward.
Amazing. I love to hear that. This is great. The plants that are down here, they'll live forever. Everything will be fantastic.
It's just incredible. Yeah. 26 years David has been at CBC News. There is no one I can tell you with his depth of experience. It has been so varied. People here may not know all of the stops along the way. Do you want to give us a run through of some of the roles and the places over the years?
There have been, the places are the incredible part. I mean, across this incredible country, every province, every territory. It was in the Arctic 2 months ago, an incredible opportunity to be there and in a fascinating part of Canada that so few of us ever get to, about 90, 95 countries, some of them at times of war, some of them at times of incredible majesty, Olympics, which you know well. You and I have spent time in a lot of Olympic games. So there have been some fantastic moments. I've been posted abroad in New York and in Paris. You and I have been in many other places as well.
We were thinking 22 years ago.
We were reporters together.
We were reporters in Reporters Row up there on the 4th floor. Hello, up there on the 4th floor.
Yeah.
We were there, and then of course you went on your many adventures, and now coming back.
You went into a job. What was the job? I don't remember. What did you do? Yeah.
But David's been hosting Metro Morning, but about to come eventually to CBC Morning Live. Why do you think that's the next logical step in this incredible journey of yours?
I looked at what you've been doing. I thought I could do it better.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good luck with that.
That is the only possible response. Well done. Thank you very much.
But you know what you'll see, what you don't always see with David when he's reporting is he's hilarious, and you're going to be able to see that in a different way, I think, in the mornings. And you can always, if you need, you can always do your imitation of me.
I can. There are many of them. It usually involves plugging oneself into a wall to recharge, because this one has not slept in at least 20 years, I am convinced, and just has a little nuclear fusion thing going on somewhere. These are really big shoes to fill. On a broadcast level, there's no question. But what we don't see here today is the legacy. Is the people. I have joked with you, it's Heather Hiscox high. The people who are in this organization and in this world who have come up with you, who you have mentored, It is a core part of this organization. And I'm lucky enough to be able to continue working with some of those people.
And you will continue that on, I know. In terms of the show, it's too early maybe because this is very fresh, but are you thinking, what are you going to do apart from the staging in the studio? What are you thinking about in terms of the show?
Yeah, there's lots of aspects of it. Certainly, you have created a core mold for us to continue to follow. We will continue in your footsteps as well, taking the show on the road periodically, sometimes to meet with Canadians in the place they live, to understand what their life is like, and sometimes in response to breaking news, when there are events happening in this country, globally, that we can help people bring some context in their understanding of what's happening there. We'll be doing that. We'll have a little bit of humor as well.
You will.
I do a volume business. I do a million jokes, and one of them lands, and then I just walk away. Yeah.
Adrian's out in the audience, and you'll be probably sharing many of those moments and those big breaking stories with her on the National. I was thinking that at least, I don't need to sort of indoctrinate you into the getting up in the morning because you're doing it right now for Metro Morning. Are you a morning guy?
I am a morning guy to the extent that when my alarm goes, and it goes later than yours, so I'm going to have to get used to a slightly earlier alarm, I get up and I leave the house 8 or 9 minutes later.
Really?
Really.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't seem believable, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Do you go to bed wearing your clothes? Because that is a key time saver.
It is. I set them out. I've never actually slept in them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I should have tried that.
You just iron on the way in, and,
It's going to be great. Listen, is there anything that you want people to know in terms of what your hopes are for the show, what your hopes are for the role? I'm thinking, I don't know if they're up there, but up on the 4th floor, there may be members. Hello, I see some of our, hello.
There we go.
There's Brendan,
some of the
I can't
team.
see it. That's some of our team up there. Hey, Pat Rain back with us. Nice to see you all. Sean, so you're going to be working with them. It's a fantastic team.
I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky. And in fact, I have done some teaching over the years. Some of your current crew were students of mine at one point in time.
I hope they said nice things.
Let's hope so.
I know.
Let's hope so. What grade did I give them, right?
Anyway, would you congratulate David? Everyone is so excited about it.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
It's going to be a wonderful new era, starting, we think, early next year, correct?
And you still have your cell phone on, because I'll be calling a friend.
Anytime.
Yeah.
I've got 55 minutes. Don't boot me out yet. I've got 55 minutes, David Common.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So there is some breaking news, and indeed, he just was shaking hands with Chris Murphy. That's going to be a very important relationship, Chris Murphy and David Common, and they're pretty fun. Although I would like you to know, he doesn't like metal.
Oh.
He doesn't like cats.
Ooh.
Yeah, and he is not a huge Argos fan. So I think this is perhaps doomed to failure, but anyway, I hope not. Anyway, it's going to be fantastic. All right, let me walk over here because, as I've mentioned, even though this is a celebration, at the core of our morning always, and today no exception, it is the news. So let us turn to what is making news on this Thursday, November the 6th. The Liberal caucus welcomes Chris d'Entremont with open arms after his surprise crossing of party lines.
Really thrilled to have the opportunity to welcome him to the team.
He'll be an asset to our caucus. I'm thrilled.
How the move could help tip the scale ahead of next week's federal budget vote, and why Conservatives say they feel double-crossed. Testing the limits of Donald Trump's trade war authority. The U.S. Supreme Court will decide whether or not the president has unfettered power to tariff.
I believe that the other side, in a way, fell flat on their face.
The court's ruling has the potential to reshape future presidential power in what Trump calls one of the most important cases in the history of this country. And Canada's Supreme Court decides this hour on the fate of a BC ostrich farm. The farm's owners are challenging the cull of its entire flock following an outbreak of avian flu. Prime Minister Mark Carney is still looking for those 2 crucial votes to pass his fall budget next week. The Liberals edged closer to a majority yesterday as former Conservative MP Chris d'Entremont officially joined the Liberal caucus. But Conservatives are saying they're not worried that other colleagues will follow suit and cross the floor as well.
Our team is united as a team and behind Pierre Poilievre.
and speculating on hypotheticals that the Liberals want us to speculate on is a waste of time.
That's Conservative MP Scott Aitchison speaking last night to Power and Politics host David Cochrane. Chris D'Entremont says he left the Conservatives in part over the leadership style of Pierre Poilievre. He also says he believes Mark Carney's Liberals offer a better path forward for both Canada and for his constituents in the Nova Scotia riding of Acadie-Annapolis. Reaction to the floor crossing in his riding, it's been varied.
I'm kind of glad, Rita, that Chris took his time to think about things that he wanted and he felt that we wanted. So I'm glad that he decided to cross over.
I supported Chris in the last election under Pierre Poilievre's leadership, as did my wife. So yeah, we were both kind of upset to see it happen, honestly.
D'Entremont's move does not guarantee the Liberals any wins, but the budget can also pass next week if some opposition members abstain from voting. And in the United States, if you happen to be flying there, you may be in for some travel disruption starting tomorrow. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is moving to reduce traffic by 10% in 40 high-volume markets. This is to maintain travel safety because of the ongoing U.S. government shutdown. The move is in response to surging absentee rates among air traffic controllers. They've been working unpaid since October the 1st. Thousands of flights stand to be affected. Reductions are set to start at 4% tomorrow, and that will increase to 10% next week.
Quick relay comes to the point. Shatterin fires, just missed. Ovechkin turns, he scores! The Great Eight is the one and only at 900.
Alexander Ovechkin has set a new bar for NHL goal scorers. He's the first player to score 900 goals, and that makes him the charter member of the 900 Goal Club. He put the puck behind a sliding Jordan Binnington of the St. Louis Blues, and while Ovechkin's teammates celebrated, Binnington tucked the puck into the back of his pants. The referee eventually told him to give it back, and Washington beat St. Louis by a score of 6-1. Christine Simpson will appreciate that story this morning, I know, now on Prime for NHL Hockey on Mondays. Here's what else you should know on this Thursday morning. British Columbia's Premier and Coastal First Nations leaders are calling on Ottawa to continue a ban on oil tankers in the province's northern waters. They signed a declaration yesterday saying any spill of crude oil would result in generations of lost livelihoods and irreversible ecological damage. And Canada has its first ever win in the FIFA Men's Under-17 World Cup. Canada defeated Uganda in stoppage time. Final score was 2-1. Canada had no wins in the 8 previous appearances in this tournament. We're going to take another short break, but let's take a look at this incredible, wonderful, celebratory crowd with me here in the atrium of the Broadcast Center. And they're here because this is a celebration and a very special edition of CBC Morning Live. That's my mom. Hi, Mom. So I can't believe this is the final time I get to introduce Chris Murphy, because I've had some fantastic weather partners over the years. I was mentioning earlier, we're thinking of Colleen Jones in Halifax, Johanna, you remember, Jay Scotland in Charlottetown. Well, that ended when CBC entered into a partnership with the Weather Network, and I had no idea what would happen and who would land on the morning show. But somehow, I had the good fortune to have you land with us. And what a gift it has been. Everybody, can we just show our appreciation for this incredible man, Chris Murphy, so gifted. You know, he went to school and he became a meteorologist officially while we were working together, so he studied for that. He is funny, he is quick, he never lets me down. He's a little slow getting into the studio, I would admit. And that darn clicker has messed us up on more times than I like to think. And we'll always have explosive cyclogenesis.
We will, Heather.
Always...
Oh, my goodness. Well, Heather, honestly, you know, you elevate everybody around you, myself included. So my highlights of my career have been with you. They really are, and the laughs we've had, and the fun times, and so. And you notice, by the way, no clicker today.
I noticed that.
And no weather issues. So there you go.
There, see what I mean? That's the rub.
That is.
No more clicker.
Well, Heather, full disclosure, I have written poems for other colleagues that I've worked with for a long time, but never have I had one framed. Never have I done it in front of a live studio audience, and never in the moment quite like this. So if you'll indulge me, I would like to share with everyone a poem I wrote for Heather. And I've titled it, by the way, Brightest Star. Okay. Intelligence off the charts, she is Canada's morning show whiz. Preparation H, as she's known in the biz. Gorgeous and stylish with flair and pizzazz, Heather Hiscox is the epitome of class. From breaking news to sports, entertainment, or weather, no one pivots so easily like our Heather. How enjoyable our banter, be it explosive cyclogenesis or the Pineapple Express. Let's not forget that mackerel sky, but I digress. Because the news is often not very serene. The passing of Gord Downie right up to the Queen. But you, Heather, you know how to ease a nation's pain. Your delivery is sensitive, not unlike a gentle rain. So today is a celebration. We honor a brilliant broadcaster, morning show host, and the person you are. And it has been my privilege to be one of the planets that got to revolve around the CBC's brightest star.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Our poet laureate. I will frame that proudly, and I will miss you, Chris.
Yes.
Thank you so very much. I don't even know what to say about that.
Well,
your wife,
enjoy.
Michelle's out there. I'm seeing Michelle. That's so beautiful. Thank you for sharing this and all of this, too.
You know what? We're not crying today. Tomorrow we'll cry, but today we are celebrating.
We are celebrating. It's been joyous, and I'm very grateful for that.
Are you enjoying today? Isn't this something?
This is the best time. I couldn't have. I didn't expect this. I am so incredibly grateful for it, and for all of the years we spent together. Thank you for the heavy metal. So many memories. Heavy metal, Helix. We love AC/DC, all the music and. All the moments as well. Thank you.
I should have showed you my lunchbox. I brought a Kiss lunchbox today. Yes, I did. Yes, so that's one of your favorite bands. One of your first two albums, Cher and Kiss Alive, I believe.
Mine like a trap. Wow. You're absolutely right. Cher, Dark Lady, and Kiss Alive. That's how it began. Oh my goodness. All right. Thank you. Thank you for this. All right. And we're just going to take a quick break. It is a celebration. Let's pause for a sec.
Good morning, Heather, and congratulations on 20 fabulous years brightening our mornings. Paid a lot of money for that. Now I want to say a few things in public that will sound familiar to you because they're the same things I've said to you in private over many years. There is no one more professional to be on the air with than you. There is no one better prepared. There is no one more fun. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to congratulate you on a phenomenal career. You have been as polished and professional a broadcaster as this country has had for over 2 decades now, and always enjoyed watching your stories, watching your reporting.
Heather, congratulations on this incredible achievement and on leaving on such a high note, because I know
and I'm sure many Canadians feel the same way, I could watch you forever. I'll miss your presence, I'll miss your integrity, your journalism, your poise, your professionalism. I have applauded my television watching you give these incredible lives. From the Olympics, I remember the last one, where you spoke in paragraphs. You condensed a complicated story in the most eloquent, articulate, smart way, and I was just like, wow. This woman, she's in a league of her own.
Well, Heather, I chose this spot intentionally to deliver my tribute. Right now, I'm on Hollywood Boulevard on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and to my right over there is the star of Barbara Walters, another TV news legend who had a great career in morning TV news. I want viewers, though, to know one thing about Heather. I would never call her a know-it-all. That's a bit nasty. But so often, Heather does know it all. And many times, I might be the only reporter doing work for CBC on a particular story. Heather knows it's a bit embarrassing. Heather knows more than I do about the story that I'm covering.
Thank you. Thank you for being such an inspiration. Love you.
All the best going forward. It's been great to get to know you, and congratulations again.
I will miss getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning Pacific time to be with you at 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. All the best, Heather.
Now we look forward to seeing what you do next. We know only one thing for certain, and that is, whatever it is, it will be absolutely magical.
family, colleagues. You saw our morning live team. They're just representing up there, and I couldn't be prouder to be here and representing you today. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everything every morning. You'll hear more about that coming up. The producer of this show, Maureen, asked me weeks ago to think about how I wanted it to end. I didn't have to think.
I'd already imagined it, and I'm over the moon that it's come to pass. I've been following this group since they formed nearly 20 years ago. Their very first television appearance was on this show, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But since then, they have sold more than 1 million albums. They've performed for and with the biggest names in music and graced the greatest stages in the world, and they are here to grace our stage this morning. I can't believe it. Would you please welcome Clifton, Eduardo, Mark, and Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the Tenors.
May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others, let others do for you. May you build a ladder to the sky, climb on every rung, and may you stay forever young.
May you grow up to be righteous. May you grow up to be true. May you always know the truth and see the light surrounding you. May you always be courageous, stand upright and be strong, and may you stay forever young. Forever young. Forever young. Forever young. May you May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a strong foundation when the winds of change shift. May your heart always be joyful. May your song always be sung, and may you stay. May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true, and may you stay forever young.
Brett Ruskin in some of those pictures. Brett's here. Brett's been with me for years. It's Scott Russell. We've been together for years. And these 5 gentlemen, I have shared that, well, you've had somewhat more of a spectacular journey, but we have shared the journey for all of that. These, ladies and gentlemen, those incredible, incredible musicians, the Tenors, Clifton, Eduardo, we have Mark, we have Victor, and we have Canada's great impresario, my friend Jeffrey Latimer. Thank you so much for gracing our stage today. That was just extraordinary, just extraordinary.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here on this special occasion for you. You've been there from the very beginning.
Let's talk about that. Do you remember, Jeffrey? What do you remember? It wasn't here. It was up on the 4th floor. In that time, we used to have the odd musical act.
Absolutely.
And you said we have this new group.
Yeah. And we had done very few real performances, but in some of the small towns, you guys are starting to play. And
small, very small.
Very small.
We're
What was the
talking
ones in
Saskatchewan, like Estevan and bigger. Not Saskatoon, not Regina, but it was amazing. We
and you were
wouldn't
in
have
a
traded it for
little
anything.
pickup truck?
A little Corolla, actually.
Corolla.
Get it straight, Jeffrey.
Yeah, exactly. And
so suddenly there was an opportunity.
And there was an opportunity, and I just said, I believe these guys are going to be amazing for the country. They were called the Canadian Tenors at that point. And you said, okay. And
Come on in.
We just talked, and we made everything up that we're going to be touring the world and doing amazing things.
But you said when you're in that truck and you're in Estevan, what was the dream? Because you're the original member, Victor. So what do you remember thinking back then? That was about 20 years ago. What did you think the Tenors might become?
Well, at the time in Saskatchewan, I was just more concerned about getting hit by tumbleweed. But no, you know, from the inception of the group, I mean, we always aspired to sing across Canada. We didn't know it would take us around the world, into the United States and globally. And it's been thrilling, like to sing for the Queen, for her Diamond Jubilee. You were there, 90th birthday and all those events. You know, you only dream of that as a musician. You're never guaranteed as a musician that you're going to have a huge career, but it's been a beautiful, beautiful journey.
And Clifton joined shortly thereafter. So was there a moment for you in this arc of when, I don't know whether it was stepping on an incredible stage or collaborating with one of the amazing musicians with whom you've worked, or, you know, just a moment when you said, this is going to be big and maybe bigger than we thought?
Yeah, I've always dreamed of, as Victor and the other guys, of being an artist and traveling the world and sharing the gift of music. But when I got the call to join the group, the first thing I did was check out their music, and I was instantly taken back at just how exquisite and beautiful it was, and the opportunity to join such a profound sound and mantra, because the guys believe so much in the power of healing through music. And that's always been our mandate from day one: hope, healing, and harmony. And finding that there's this big community that's joined around the music, that's carried us along, and then we carry them, and there's that symbiotic sharing of the gift through music that fills our hearts with so much joy, and that's what's given us so much excitement about coming across Canada for this Christmas tour. It's reconnecting with so many of those people that help support our career and have been there all these years. And every day I wake up and I pinch myself, full of gratitude that I get to do this, what I love, with the boys.
With your wonderful guys.
His first performance was in Winnipeg with the Winnipeg Symphony. Yeah. And what happened right at the beginning?
Oh, yeah, you're going to mention that. Oh, okay, great. Awesome.
First performance.
First performance, Winnipeg, with the symphony, is where my grandfather was born, ironically, which is beautiful. And I walked out next to the string section, and all I heard was the strings going bing, and I totally lost where I was in the song.
Deer in headlights.
Deer in headlights, just stared there. And my buddy Fraser Walters, one of the OG tenors, leaned over and started singing my line, and I was like, I'm back. So it was like a pure terror, but then it went beautifully after that. And then Jeffrey sent out the note welcoming the next member. So that was a good moment of fear and excitement all wrapped in.
Fantastic. Fraser, we think of Fraser. He left the group for his own pursuits, but he's been a big part of your journey. Mark and Eduardo, I didn't have the pleasure of meeting you at some of these other conversations we've had with the guys at royal events and Canadian events. And of course, we spoke when you were performing just ahead of Brian Mulroney's funeral. That was so beautiful. But he's not a bad manager, is he? I mean, he gets you some pretty fantastic gigs. Can you tell us about opening for Elton John literally just a few days ago?
just absolutely amazing to share the stage with the legend, Sir Elton John. Was the Rocket Man for sure.
The Rocket Man.
And yes, Jeffrey has been such an integral part of the success of this group and opening doors and building bridges. And it's so amazing to be part of this journey. One of the newer members, although I've been friends with the guys for many years and would sub in on occasion, about 4 or 5. I wanted to wait for them to graduate from the Toyota Corolla to private jets and luxury tour buses.
And then you said, okay, I'm in. Maybe I'll consider it now.
No, but it's been such an incredible journey. And can I say, Heather?
Yes.
Your heart is so beautiful and your smile is infectious.
Thank
That's
you.
why this country loves you so much. To be across from you in person, it is so real. Yes.
Well, I think
and meanwhile, there's this guy, I don't know, I think there's a guy that irons his suits in his car while that's who's replacing you.
David Cobb, he's going to be fantastic.
We're going to miss your smile, Heather.
One of the things that was amazing is at some of these events around the world, or the Olympics in Vancouver, and the guys would feel that friendly face of yours and the quick interview you'd do before they were singing for the Queen or whatever. And that also was so important part of being Canadian. And we took the name Canadian Tenors out, and we took the Canadian out only so that we could go to every country in the world and be their tenors. And even though we were visiting, people embraced them.
But you were always taking Canada with you
100%.
Wherever you've been. That's always been at the core. Let me ask you this. You mentioned, and I wanted to talk about it further, the hope, healing, and harmony. I love that message about you. And Eduardo, talk a little bit about that if you would, because if there's ever a time, this is sort of why I wanted to have your music today, but I mean, I know more than anyone at the center of all of these, bleak headlines a lot of times, and we talk about the division, we talk about the anger and the fear and the uncertainty. Hope, harmony, and healing. What a message to be delivering to people.
It's very powerful. I told the guys my English is not the best yet, but I think that the message it's very clear. And the world need that. The world need more love, more compassion, more. How can I say?
Anybody want to jump in? It's all right. We're detecting.
I think it's a really important commitment for us with all the people. It's not just the music; it's the message. It's to heal the hearts of the people. That's I think is the most important part to be part of the Tenors.
And when we added Eduardo. What's great is they're going next week to El Salvador to sing at an event for the president. And through the Starkey...
So Morning Live, and then El Salvador's president.
But it's through healing and through the Starkey Hearing Foundation, where Elton John and they sang. And the connection they made, they said they're in rehearsal for their Christmas tour. Can you take 3 days and come down? And they're going to put hearing aids in young people, and they'll hear for the first time. And we did this with David Foster last week, who's been a huge Canadian supporter of the guys.
Yes, he has, so many times. That's going to be amazing. I wish you 20 more years of incredible stages. I don't know what is yet to summit, but what a beautiful, beautiful journey you've been on. Here's something that you won't know, but it's Clifton's birthday today. Happy birthday, Clifton. And I thought it might be nice. I mean, you're always singing to us. Should we join? Well, you'll have to give us an opening note, Victor, because you don't want to have mine. Can you? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Clifton.
Happy birthday to you.
Yay!
Love you, buddy.
Jeffrey, Clifton, gotcha. Victor, Mark, Eduardo. The tour that they're about to set out on is their Christmas tour. It's always such a sellout, but it's called Joy to the World. So again, I just love to end the broadcast today with hope, healing, and harmony, and joy to the world. And gentlemen, I can't thank you. It's been such a pleasure to have connected with you along the way and to have you here for our audience today. Thank you so very much.
We're going to miss you, Heather.
I miss you guys too. Thank you. This is CBC Morning Live, the special celebratory edition this morning.
You know, you're looking there where the magic happens and the people who make the magic happen, and we're going to talk about them in a moment. You know, almost always the first question people have asked me over the years is, what time do you wake up? Answer, 2:30. Sometimes they follow it up with, have you really been, as your ex profile says, happily waking up at 2:30 for the past 20 years? Answer, yes. Because I have been eager to get to the work that awaits and the team that awaits. The members of our Morning Live team make it all happen. They keep the cameras rolling, the computers humming, the stories flowing. So this morning, I would like you to meet the skilled and dedicated people who join me when it's dark and early, as we like to say. I couldn't have done it without them.
Tell me what time you arrive at CBC?
6 a.m.
4 a.m.
5 a.m.
3 a.m.
2:15 a.m.
4:56.
Right.
Because of Bill.
Yeah, and my arrival time is at 4:55 because I nudged Dave out of the way to get in the door first.
4 a.m.
It's early morning, you're coming in, you know, the building's quiet, you're turning the lights on for the first time and getting the cameras rolling.
The coffee goes out, the straw goes in, the things go in place.
Every day when everyone first arrived for the show, we had a 4 o'clock meeting, 4 a.m. meeting. And most of us would come into that meeting half asleep, and Heather would come in looking like she was rested, regardless of whether she was or whether she wasn't.
It doesn't matter how prepared I am, there's always something that Heather knows more than I do.
Sometimes you'll see her coming in and her bag will be kind of on one side. And you think, oh, it's full of notes.
There's no better feeling than when Heather comes in and says, oh, should we? And we can go, it's already in the show.
She spends so much time preparing. When you see all the papers across the top of the desk, that's her, like, waiting, you know, in case she needs to talk about a thing related to the other thing that's not even in the plan for the show, she's got it.
That's just the best, when a story breaks on our watch or overnight and we're telling Canadians about it for the first time, and the team just comes together. They know what Heather can do, which is just about everything, and they know how to support her to bring the best show to air.
Yeah, the control room was pretty frantic at a lot of times when breaking news was happening or you went into specials mode. We really had to work as a team.
It never feels like the whole thing's coming off the rails.
It's managed chaos.
There's certain industries, like I've heard this from people who work in kitchens or people who work in film and TV. News is like that too, where you just kind of like, it attracts a certain motley crew, and every day is really fun to spend with these people.
It's 6:09. Lana and myself have ran over to Starbucks to get her second coffee of the day. It's a Starbucks Venti Americano Black, and hopefully she'll get another one at around 7, which is her usual time.
Yeah, so this is the extra, so 3 coffees today. It's a heavy hitter.
She drinks coffee all morning and she wears high heels for 5 hours.
I'm having a hard time envisioning her actually sleeping in her next chapter. I think she'll have to be up drinking her coffee in high heels at the kitchen island for 4 hours.
Yeah.
The camaraderie and collaboration with the morning show team is magically symbiotic. They had to have each other's back, and with that came a terrific team spirit.
We've become, I think, closer friends because, you know, we like each other.
You're at work more than you are at home, so if it doesn't feel like home at work, then it's just gonna ruin the rest of your day.
The team that works on the morning show is like no other, and we will never forget what we all go through when you have to come to work in the middle of the night.
3 words that sum up my time: dedication, determination, and devotion.
Inspiring, impactful, and camaraderie.
Frantic.
Fast.
Fulfilling.
Whirlwind, solid, and a pleasure.
Excellence, engagement, and excitement.
Rewarding, memorable, and life-changing.
Coffee, very nice.
I mean, it's the highlight of my career, right? You get to work with someone who is so good at their job and then turns out to be such a wonderful human being.
Heather, I wish you all the best. Let your brain do whatever else it needs to do.
I don't know what you're going to do without us.
I know for the rest of my career, I will constantly be thinking, how would Heather cover this?
There is not a better person in this world that I could have learned from than Heather Hiscox.
Heather, you can always change your mind.
Yeah, take us with you, please. We love you, Heather.
Heather brought space to earth, heroes into homes, and light into everyone's morning.
And I've done so well up until this point. 3 words. Thank you so much. The morning team is here. The morning team is all around. Past and present, some up there, Double H. Just take them all in, these extraordinary people in the front row. I couldn't have been better. Thank you. 3 words for me. Well, I have 3 words, but they're the same. Gratitude, 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 from start to finish. So let's finish. The other day, I did the math. 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, minus vacation time, 20 years. It adds up to about 17,000 hours. That's a lot of live television. It's a lot of talking. So there's not a lot left to say, except the most important thing to say. Thank you. And if you'll indulge me, that's how I'd like to spend these final few minutes, shaking and thanking the people who have shared this remarkable 20-year journey with me. Firstly, to Maureen Riley, who's somewhere behind hiding. The producer, oh, she's right there, everybody. That is Maureen Riley, the producer of this show, and the entire CBC team with whom Maureen worked. You have just done extraordinary work, bringing back special memories this morning. You know, it's no mean feat to scour 20 years of archives, but you found just the right moments and set just the right tone for a joyous celebration, so thank you very much. How wonderful to see today's special guests again. The guests we've featured over the years have contributed mightily to the success of our show, and my life has been enriched immeasurably by the wisdom they have shared. I thank each of them for accepting to tell their stories and answer my questions, especially at such ungodly hours. Thanks to my CBC bosses, it's been a true honor to be at the helm of the morning team. I'm especially grateful for this farewell, or as I prefer to call it, this gratitude, which I never expected, but will always cherish. To my Morning Live team members, past and present, wherever you are in this building, I recently discovered this proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. How apt that is for television news, which is nothing if not a collective effort. So for every single person who booked a guest, wrote an intro, did a live hit, directed a show, operated a camera, styled my hair, rolled my prompter, I won't forget your dedication as we sought to provide excellence every single morning. No one at CBC has been more integral to my success than my exceptional senior and executive producers, especially Tracy Lightfoot first, then Mark Ross, Michael Tershik, Andrew Ferguson, Katie Mason, and Jennifer Sheepy. You've been in my ear from the control room and by my side in the field. No matter the story, the setting, the sleep deprivation, you have been the best of partners. Your work enabled me to do my work. We earned nominations and awards for those collaborations, but what we experienced, the fun and the friendship, I prize that far more. I don't often speak about my personal life, but I will for a moment or two this morning. My family is here, always my foundation. My sisters, Paula and Wendy, my very best friends, both talented, brilliant, successful women who always boosted, never begrudged having a very public older sister. Probably that's because in our home, public was never really valued. Character was and is. That comes from our mother, Harriet, my most loyal viewer. She watched virtually every moment of every broadcast, no matter the time zone. She deserves your applause. Always interested,
always wanting the best for me, at 89, she remains the wind beneath our wings. Equally, my husband, Marty, who most assuredly never imagined when we married nearly 25 years ago that we would never live in the same city. The distance, the erratic schedule, nothing has fazed him. He's never stifled my dreams, only encouraged me to pursue them fully. That support has made everything possible, and I look forward to time together and adventures aplenty. That leaves one final thank you. To you, as you watch at home. Sorry, rats, I was doing so well. It is impossible to encapsulate here what we've shared in our daily 4-hour conversations. We've learned together about Canada and Canada's place in the world. We've experienced together triumph, tragedy, and transformation. What a bond we have forged throughout. Earning and keeping your trust has been the greatest achievement of my career, and serving you, the privilege of my life. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you very, very much.
Je n'aurai pas le temps, pas le temps, même en courant, plus vite que le vent, plus vite que le temps, même en volant, je n'aurai pas le temps, pas le temps. De visiter toute l'immensité d'un si grand univers, même en 100 ans, je n'aurai pas le temps de tout faire. J'ouvre tout grand mon cœur. J'ai